Yo, what's up, Slapshot? What's up, Miss Gamer? Welcome in, everybody. What's up, Arez? Cyberpal, Fabricio, Generation. Yes, we do have a special guest. People have been reading the title. Lizard Wizard, I'm not sure. What's up, Tina? Yo, Tina with the 5, much appreciated. We got Kaiser, we got Callum in here. We got Jeff, Illified. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Brendan. We have the North American International Pokemon Go Championships today. So it's going to be a fun one today, guys. It's going to be an absolute blast. Yo, what's up, Metal Burst? We got Tevin in here. Yes, for those who are channel members, I was live for channel members earlier, trying to legend push, and then ended up going 7 and 8 and didn't get the legend, but we're still close. We're still close. Yo, what's up, Phenom? What's up, Mateo? What's up, B-Shuck? All right, chat. Oh, wrong stream. We are joined today by a special guest. Who better to help us look through these NAIC battles than the regional champion of Liverpool himself? Went, I believe, 19-2 in that tournament, absolutely dominated the field, and now makes absolutely terrific YouTube content. His channel is tagged in the title if you want to go check him out. We have the one and only esteemed Human Catcher Bug. Welcome in, my friend.
Thank you very much. And thank you for downplaying me. It was 20-2. What are you doing?
20-2. I apologize. 20-2. I knew it was a truly insane win rate. Also, chat, how is Human Catcher Bug's volume compared to the music? Because I can make the music lower so we can hear him better if need be. But yes, we have the actual Human Catcher Bug joining us here. And yeah, I really enjoy watching these regionals, and I really want to bring high-level battlers on here with me. So that way, we can take this as an opportunity to learn from someone who's been there, won one of these things with. Is it still the like highest win rate of any regional champion? Is that still the case?
I think there was a guy in Oceania, or how do you pronounce that? Who went like 18-1 or something. He only lost one game, so it's very difficult to overcome that. I think he has like win rate of 90-something%.
Oh wow!
So I don't remember his name, but yeah. But other than that, in Europe, I think I'm number 1, and also better than all the Americans as well.
That's awesome
when it comes to win rate.
To be fair, though, I mean, if you've seen the NA regionals, that's not too surprising, considering that we have I'm going to say a tendency, a possible compulsion even to throw an alignment while at these North American tournaments. So that doesn't entirely surprise me. It does always hurt me a little bit to see the difference between the EU tournaments where round 1, precision in move timing, and there can be like a round 4 at an NA tournament, and you see suboptimal timing, and it hurts my soul.
I'm not gonna lie. I was a little bit hesitant when you asked me to come on here, because I can sometimes sit and swear a little bit about some of these plays that the technical gameplay sometimes. But it's not only America. Europe can also put up some suboptimal.
But hey, everything we say here is basically just to help people improve and to be like, these are things that the battlers can do better, and it's a very good learning opportunity. So first off, we're going to take a look at the top 12 here for NAIC. Honestly, doesn't feel like a lot of surprises, although Medicham not quite as high as it was. I believe Fresno, he was over 80%, but we do see Medi still like 20% higher than number 2, which is the Registeel, but Medi down to 65% there. And it seems like North America is finally starting to use Registeel over Galarian Stunfisk, which I believe started in Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there was a bit of a reputation for Europeans being able to use Registeel better. I've heard that a lot. A lot of people say that, but I think Registeel overall has definitely taken over as the dominant steel type.
Yeah.
But I would definitely say like the biggest surprise on this top 12 is not the order of the Pokemon. It's the fact that Medicham is not higher.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair.
And also Sableye as well, because I was expecting, like, when everybody runs Medicham and Trevenant now not really being all that viable, like, you have to have a hard check to Medicham.
Yes.
So people have to run Sableye, basically.
And then
But
we see Sableye at 38 and Noctowl also at 38. But Medicham winning the zeros there does make that not as comfortable of a matchup as you might like. Also, Illified with the 20 bomb. Much appreciated, homie. Shout out your buddy Kyle Johnson. Yo, what's up, Kyle? Yeah, so we do see as well, like, Lickitung starting to re-emerge now that Noctowl only being on, like, 4 out of 10 teams. We do see Lickitung re-emerging a bit, and then that Alolan Sandslash continuing to creep its way into the top 12, which is definitely cool to see.
Yeah, I think Lickitung is definitely as a response to the Swampert Shadow Alolan Sandslash core, where it performs very well against especially Alolan Sandslash with resisting the Shadow Claws. That's also the reason why Umbreon has become a little bit more popular than it has been before.
Yeah, I have been the Lickitung versus an Umbreon, and it's miserable. Your licks are just doing nothing to that thing. And it's very comfortable for the Umbreon, where typically Umbreon can leave at about 25% HP with a move loaded. So it's definitely an uncomfortable situation to be in. But we're going to take a look here. We've got our first battle of the day, and it's actually a competitor we have seen before here. We have Valor Benito, who's actually, I believe, in my Discord server, and he's going up against Mormon Matt, who I believe had 4th place at Salt Lake City here. The teams are a bit small, so hopefully they end up showing them on a bigger screen so we can take a look here. All right, let's see these teams. All right, doing a lot of skipping here. Okay, it looks like they're not going to show us a bigger version of the team, so I can just kind of read them off then. So for Mormon Matt, we have the Registeel, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Sableye, the Altaria, the Swampert, and the Medicham. And for Valor Benito, he's running the Galarian Stunfisk instead of Registeel as his steel type, the Medicham, the Sableye, the Venusaur, which has seen a bit of an uptick now that Trevenant has kind of died in this format, the Noctowl, and the Lantern. I do think just taking a look at the teams here, like Valor Benito, his team looks somewhat soft to the Altaria, because like Medicham, Sableye, not very comfortable. Venusaur obviously doesn't do too well. Altaria can typically best Noctowl. And then Lantern, I believe the Spark variant only wins in the zeros, if I'm not mistaken.
I think, if I remember correctly, the Lantern is... There's something about some IV breakpoints you can get to potentially also win the... Or like it's bait dependent in the 2 shields or something.
Oh, good to know.
So you definitely... Yeah, the Altaria only wins the 2 shields because they bait 2 sky attacks, which they're obviously never gonna do.
Yeah, that is...
So if it's sparked, the Lantern also has quite a bit of play against Altaria. But yeah, overall, I think Altaria is a Pokemon that we're seeing more and more often because Registeel has become the more dominant Steel type, and it actually doesn't have too bad of a matchup against Registeel. And then it just does very well against like the Medicham, Sableye, Noctowls of the world, which are on every team, Lantern as well, Swampert.
Yeah,
so, makes sense.
And we've seen in previous regionals what can happen if you don't have a hard check to a Swampert. Swampert can just absolutely run amok. So it is definitely nice to have that. And honestly, on Valor Benito's side, I do think the Lantern, I mean, it'll obviously depend on moveset quite a bit, but the Lantern at least can at least hit everything on the team for neutral, which can be valuable. Like, it's not necessarily comfortable matchups across the board, but Lantern at least doesn't have anything that resists both of its charge moves. So in that regard, it could potentially put in some work.
Yes. It doesn't really have anything, like, it doesn't really hit much for, like, super effective either, but yeah, it's an okay safe swap, I think. Depends on the moveset, of course. You're not going to want to use it as a safe swap against the Altaria team. True. Because you're weak to Altaria if you're running Water Gun. Yeah. And then that'll be very dependent. But yes, so Kizzo asks, what are we watching? The North American International Pokemon Go Championships. We have Mormon Matt doing his best Trent impression with that stare. You love to see it. All right. And the nice thing is we can fast forward, hop into game number 1 here. We see Altaria into the Medicham here. Medicham, of course, hitting for double super effective with the Ice Punch. But, of course, Ice Punch not going to be enough to one-shot. Whereas Altaria, the Dragon Breath over time will put it into Sky Attack range.
And we do see an early shield from the Altaria. So looking to keep the Altaria healthy. Again, recognizing, as we kind of mentioned at the beginning, that Valor's team is pretty soft to Altaria. And as we see in the back here, Lantern and the Venusaur. So if you're Valor, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Human Catcher Bug, that Medicham in the 2s can always land an Ice Punch, but Altaria will still typically win this because the Ice Punch just doesn't KO.
Yeah, Medicham can't really win this in any shield scenario. It's a different story if you swap it in, because the Altaria will often go for a Sky Attack first. It won't risk the Moonblast, so you can often get to 2 Ice Punches because you can lift the Sky Attack. And if you have a little bit of an energy advantage, you can overcome it in the zero shields. But yeah, it is a good matchup for Altaria.
Okay. And then we do see the Moonblast connect, and then Matt, honestly, in my view, a pretty nice decision here of saving the Altaria very healthy and now sending in the Medicham to absorb the energy from the Lantern. And that's just recognizing how weak Valor's team is to Altaria, that if I save my Altaria at 50% HP, unless there's a Stunfisk in the back, there's like a 75% chance that my Altaria is going to be good versus the final Pokemon there. So being able to save that and Medicham, it's very bulky. So you can absorb that energy there, and now it just puts Valor in a very uncomfortable position where he has to bring in a Venusaur into the Medicham, and the Altaria is not in Sludge Bomb range. And we do see Valor going for the CMP. Frenzy Plant is going to be getting rid of the Medicham here, but the Altaria left healthy and it left with energy. So this is going to be awkward for Matt in the endgame. Venusaur does have a shield though, but with the energy lead here, I would rather be the Altaria. Altaria going for the Sky Attack there. Ends up being on alignment, so giving a Vine Whip for free. We'll have to see how this plays out, because I still don't, I mean, I don't run a lot of Venusaur, but I still don't think this is Sludge Bomb range, is it?
I'm just gonna be honest. I can't really see the screen right now. I don't know. It's very foggy for me. For some reason.
Sorry.
I'm not really sure what's happening.
Let me see if I can. Hold on. I'm gonna try resharing it and seeing if that is any better. Oh, that was not the thing I was trying to share. There we go. All right. I'll try resharing it there. Yo, capitalize with the dono here on YouTube. I never thought I'd see the day. This is a beautiful day. All right. I'm going to adjust it here. So Matt is able to take game number 1. All right, chat, bear with me here just a moment. I'm going to put it in theater mode and then recrop it. So hopefully that will allow Human Catcher Bug to see it a bit better.
Appreciate that.
All right. So hopefully that is now bigger on your end. So then you'll be able to see the battles a bit better.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Awesome.
I'm a little bit surprised that Vala Benito didn't bring Stunfisk in the first game. But also, there's kind of a mind game going on when you're very weak to a specific Pokemon.
Yeah.
The opponent is expecting you to bring the one counter to it. So not bringing Stunfisk can be like a very good mind game to play, I think. Although it can be very difficult to overcome the Altaria then, of course.
Yeah. Very true, very true. So the question is now, if you're down 0-1 here, if you're Valor, it almost feels like you're pressured to bring the Stunfisk, as you said, but then Matt could potentially try running just something where Stunfisk doesn't really have any targets, like Swamp Medi, which is a very strong core now that Trevenant is no longer a thing, and could just try and basically over-prepare for an overcorrection from Valor here. So it is a bit of a mind game here, but it'll be. Also, yes, Pelia said Mormon Matt is a VGC player, but who has been learning Go. We see a great lead for Mormon Matt. Sableye into the Medicham. Now we're going to see a pivot into the mirror, but he did throw one counter before switching. So typically by switching, you would put yourself one behind if they throw right away. But since he threw, he's now 2 Shadow Claws behind in a Sableye mirror. And now we see the Altaria, which will just absorb the double foul plays.
Once again, not bringing the Stunfisk, a little bit surprising. If he had brought the Stunfisk, he might. This is very risky to leave the Altaria like hanging like this, I would say.
Yeah.
Because if you bring in the Stunfisk, you might just be able to farm up to 100 energy before taking out the Altaria. And Mormon Matt doesn't really have anything counters alongside it in the Swampert and Medicham, which Venusaur does very well against.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the good news is, chat, since this happened a couple hours ago, we can skip to the next battles. And oh boy, Human Catcher Bug, do we have a team for you to take a look at. Carissa running Registeel, Como-O, Defense Deoxys, Umbreon, Azu, and your favorite, the Shadow Charizard, and DV Sheriff running the Sableye, the Dunsparce, the Medicham, Shadow Swampert, Altaria, and Registeel. Also, for those who want to check out Human Catcher Bug, his channel is linked in the title. So just expand the title there, and then you can just click on that. It'll take you right to his channel. He posts really good climbing teams. I primarily focus on fun stuff with a climbing team now and then if I can gain some elo. But if you want consistent climbing teams, Human Catcher Bug is the way to go, chat. But yes, let's take a look at these teams here. So Carissa bringing a pretty spicy pick with the Como-O. And I'm going to be honest here. Como-O actually looks pretty decent into DV Sheriff's team. Like, it doesn't want to see the Altaria, but outside of that, like, Medicham would be a bit uncomfortable as well, but into the Sableye, the Dunsparce, the Swampert, and the Registeel, it can do pretty well.
It has play against everything at this team, even against Altaria. You get to a move before the Altaria does, and the Altaria has to respect it. It beats Sableye in 1s and 2s. It beats Medicham in the 2s as well.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, it takes resisted from the rollouts and of course from Dunsparce, so it beats Dunsparce as well. It beats Registeel. It's very good against Swampert as well. Like, it is so good against DV Sheriff's team.
Very true. And I do also like the Shadow Charizard can also be used very effectively if she does to try and get shields down. Because even though there is something like a Shadow Swampert, we've seen this in tournaments before, where Shadow Charizard can often, in the Great League, Shadow on Shadow flip that matchup, if I'm not mistaken, just due to the fact that the wing attacks are so oppressive into the Swampert. It is Human Catcher Bug, yes. Also, sorry, go ahead, Human Catcher Bug. I apologize for interrupting. Someone was just excited that you were joining, and I wanted to confirm that it is you.
Oh, it's okay. You're allowed to promote me all you want. I'll let you do that. No, but yes, Shadow Charizard does beat the Shadow Swampert in the 2 shields. Straight Dragon Claw, which is pretty huge. Of course, also good against Medicham and Registeel. So I think it also has a lot of play here.
Yeah, the Altaria, my recollection, is a bit uncomfortable just due to the fact that Dragon Breath is just does a lot of fast move pressure there, and that's part of where it can do well against Swampert and stuff like that, because Swampert doesn't really have that fast move pressure, whereas not only is it a mud shot, but it's single resisted, so you're in a much better spot there. It'll be interesting to see with the Dunsparce rollout buff, does that actually mean that Dunsparce can beat Charizard now? Because I remember in your Liverpool run, I distinctly remember a 2-shielded Shadow Charizard making a Dunsparce incredibly dissatisfied.
I mean, the rollout buff is not going to make the Dunsparce win the 0 to 2 shield scenario, that's for sure.
True.
I mean, Dunsparce does generally have a good matchup against Charizard, but of course, if you can bait or if you can get some energy, Charizard can be just about anything with the right amount of energy.
That's fair, that's fair. In the Turtonator video, I actually took some inspiration because I was watching your Magikarp video when you were running, I believe it was the Water Gun Lantern and the Shadow Charizard, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm like, if Human Catcher Bug can win with a Magikarp here, surely if I put this bad turtle as my third, I can also get some wins. So that was my entire plan, was just if Human Catcher Bug can win with this core with a Magikarp, I'm gonna run the bad turtle, and it worked out. The turtle, if it got a bait move, could be nice, but Dragon Pulse and Overheat as its 2 charge moves, like, it's just too slow.
Yeah. I mean, if it had a bait move and Overheat, that would be pretty ridiculous. It has an okay typing, so... But yeah, like, Dragon Pulse is just terrible.
Yeah,
like,
it's so bad.
Especially when you're, like, not the bulkiest and the other with Overheat. Like, yeah, it's not happening.
Absolutely.
But it could be good in the future, potentially.
Absolutely. So and also I have to say, looking at these as well, someone in chat mentioned the Azu for Carissa looks pretty nice, and I have to say I agree. Like, outside of the Registeel, Azu has quite a bit of play here, which is nice. So,
yeah, you can't underestimate the like how the bulk of Azu and the stab moves from Azu makes it a very good counter to Dunsparce as well. That's another one of those Lickitung into Umbreon kind of matchups where Dunsparce is just there like, yes, I'm also doing neutral damage just like you are. It just doesn't do anything to this bulky bunny.
Absolutely.
So yeah, Elsu has like 4.5 good matchups here.
Yeah.
Although Medicham is actually not as good as you want it to be.
Yeah.
But then there's the Registeel once again, which just has a very good matchup against Elsu. Unless it runs Hydro Pump, then it's still good, but not like very good.
That makes sense. Luca, you're doing great. If it's your second season of GBL and you're pretty close to veteran through a month of the season, you're doing great, man. Keep it up. That's awesome. But yeah, honestly, I also like the Deoxys could be like, I always liked Deoxys as a Pokemon, but the Deoxys Altaria matchup without Rock Slide is so uncomfortable if you're the Deoxys, because Deoxys just does not appreciate one-turn fast moves, so that's just very uncomfortable. So like the Deoxys looks interesting on paper, but really unless it sees that like triangle of Dunsparce, Reggie, or Medicham, and even against the Reggie has quite a bit of play there. Like the DD is a bit of a riskier bring than I think something like the Komo-O or the Azu.
Yes, does lose the zeros to Reggie as well. It
And
is
speaking
generally
of-
a good matchup. Yeah.
Speaking of, here we are. We see a save switch into Altaria, and she does have the
Wow.
Azumarill in the back here, farming up quite a lot of energy. Oh, my guess is she's not running Ice Beam if she's doing this Psycho Boost, because this Psycho Boost should get it pretty close to Play Rough range, I would imagine. And then let's take a
Yes.
look. Play Rough Hydro Pump. That is a very intelligent play pattern from her. I really like that. That is understanding your moves and just saying, you know what, I can leverage this to put it into a range where a Play Rough will KO. Also, Carbink is banned from this tournament just due to the fact that not everyone has one yet. Yo, that's awesome, Keith. Let's go. They're going for the Moonblast here, but again, as Human Catcher was saying earlier, this is where Azu being an absolute tank is wild. Also, sorry, go ahead.
I would say because you have such a comfortable matchup against Altaria, I would actually prefer to keep the energy on Deoxys before swapping in, and then just land 2 Play Roughs. But yeah, this is also like you have a lot of like you come up with a bit of energy on the Azumarill, and because you're running Hydro Pump, if you didn't run Hydro Pump, this is where Registeel would just come in, place you in farm down range with a Focus Blast, and then just come out with so much energy that the Deoxys would like really struggle. But because you run Hydro Pump, the Registeel has to be a little bit more careful.
Exactly.
And of course, you're going to be able to do a lot more damage.
And then Hydro Pump. Honestly, here I would like to see a close to 0 bubble in a farm down. It looks like DV Sheriff is going for an undercharge play here. I do. Ooh, interesting. Going for the undercharge here, looking for energy on the Shadow Swampert, but it's met with the Komo-O, and this just all comes down to baits. These Dragon Tails are incredibly oppressive, and Swampert has to land an Earthquake if it wants to gain any ground here. Also, I'm not sure what just happened. The stream skipped. Sorry about that, chat. I will rewind it. We were at a Hydro Cannon being fired off here. All right, this is a big... Oh, I think it's actually just an error with the stream itself skipping. So that is not on my end. That's literally just a production error, unfortunately. But going for the back-to-back Hydros here. And just going to let this go because the Dragon Tails ended up doing enough. Like, the Dragon Tails did enough where now you get energy on Deoxys. And because she played the way that she did, this is now approaching counter plus Thunderbolt range. So she's in a very comfortable position here. Doesn't quite have the move on Azu, but honestly at this point, switching out and trying to catch feels like a lose con here. I mean, yeah, DV Sheriff knows it's over. Just gonna tank the Thunderbolt there. And no new mechanic for DV Sheriff there. By the way, out of curiosity, do you know of a better name for that situation other than new mechanic, where you get the move when the damage typically would apply, and sometimes you get the move and sometimes it doesn't? Because we've called it new mechanic for like a year now at this point.
Yes, it's very fun because it was called new mechanic when it was the new mechanic, and then it just never got a new name. Like people often ask me like, what is this new mechanic? Oh yeah, that was this mechanic that we came up with like a year ago. Like what are you talking about? Like yeah, but I haven't heard anyone like give it a proper name yet, which is a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Because when there's a newer mechanic coming in, then like, can we call that the new mechanic or?
Yeah. We are going to be completely in shambles once there's a newer mechanic added. But oh my goodness. But yeah, so Carissa taking game one ended up having a basically just a pretty comfortable line read there. But when you have that kind of a team comp advantage, we saw the Como-O and we saw the Azu being brought, and both are very consistent into DV Sheriff's team. Game number 2, the Como-O finds the Swampert again. This Swampert cannot catch a break, Human Catcher Bug. This is rough out here.
Yeah, this is a really bad matchup. Very nice catch. This is, again, where, as we talked about in the beginning of stream, catching on alignment is something that just hurts my brain.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but
that is
this
where,
is still...
if she threw, and then obviously you know this, but if she threw on her first, third, or fifth move, then the Swampert couldn't catch unless it paused the turn, whereas that ends up being a fairly comfortable catch. Goes for the Zap Cannon here, gets shielded by the Como-O, gets the debuff, and that now means close combat is not going to be lethal here.
But I think Dragon Tails plus close combat is still going to put it into a range where I'm actually not sure about my Como matchups. I'm not going to...
Yeah.
This is a Pokemon that I have not looked too much into.
That's fair. The fast move is Dragon Tail, yes. But I think with the... Okay, we see a double shield. Very interesting. So we see a double shield there, protecting the Reggie, and now we see saving the Como-O and basically just sacrificing the Umbreon here. Interesting play from Carissa, basically recognizing that the Como-O almost assuredly has good matchups everywhere. So you may as well save it, and you can kind of just throw away the Umbreon here, and then basically just rely on that very consistent Como-O Azu core.
Yes.
We see the foul play connect here. DV Sheriff gonna save energy, send in the Swampert, but not able to make the Earthquake there, as Hydro would not KO. And this foul play, it's not gonna KO the Shadow Swampert, but Shadow Swampert, when it has a shield disadvantage, is a bit tough to run here. We see a slight inaccuracy in terms of timing there, throwing on 2 instead of 1 or 4. Carissa is going to be letting this through. Hydro Cannon is going to finally KO with the Mud Shots. And now, I think you just send in the Como-O here. I think you just sacrifice it and just trust an Azu up a shield. Because Azu up a shield, we know the Reggie has a move, but you can just shield it and then Azu beats the rest of the team, right?
As long as the Registeel is not in a position where it can threaten the Azu, then yes, Azu can just go through the entire team of DV Sheriff of a shield.
Yeah,
like,
it is quite low, but it does have 100 energy, so it'll be interesting to see here.
But the issue is that he saved a lot of energy on that Registeel, and
yeah,
he might be able to get to 2 Zap Cannons here.
Ooh.
That would just be a disaster.
Yeah, that could end up making it uncomfortable here. All right, we are going to see the Zap Cannon shielded. Can Reggie hang on? We see the attack debuff. Reggie trying to make it to the Zap Cannon. Does not get there. Goes for the catch onto the Sableye. And now we see Azu firing off the Play Rough here. This will hit for massive super effective damage onto the Sableye. I believe ideally Azu is going to want to exit this matchup with a move, because the Reggie, I believe, has the blast but does not have the cannon. So if she can get an undercharge and a farm down here, I think that could potentially be a win con.
Yeah, I think it's actually a very nice play by DV Sheriff to throw this foul play before she gets to another move, because the Zap Cannon does about 58%. So she puts the Azumarill into a range where one Zap Cannon is enough. Yes.
Yeah.
But
great
if
call.
he went for the return and not gotten it off because he would have been outpaced, he wouldn't have gotten in this damage. So very, very nice recognition by DV Sheriff to go for the foul play, to put the Azu into a range where he can now take it out.
Very well done there. Very well done, yeah. That a foul play there isn't like an extremely obvious play, because you're throwing a resisted move. So to some, it's like, why am I doing this? But that ends up, it's about knowing the damage values there and understanding, as you said, about 58%. I throw the foul play, that puts it in Zap Cannon range. Incredibly well played there by DV. At that point, after the foul play connected, her only play was like trying to zero bubble a Play Rough or get the perfect undercharge farm down, but it was going to be very uncomfortable there either way.
Yes,
Ooh.
It's very tough to come out with a move there, which is what she needed. And also, it's tough to know that the Registeel is exactly at a focus blast, because it's a one-turn move. So, like, actually, we can see the energy, but in her mind, she's probably not visualizing that it's exactly one turn away from the Zap Cannon.
Exactly. Yeah. Also, Human Catcher Bug, there's a question in chat, and I'll actually ask it to you. K-Pine says, what's up, Henry? Do you think Carbink will have a big enough impact in future regionals to heavily shake up the top meta picks?
I think it depends on the player type. Personally, I hate it because it's so pulverizing. Like, it's better than Bastiodon in terms of like it has more play, but it still just gets annihilated if it lands on the wrong matchup. Like, I haven't looked too much into it because I don't have one myself yet.
That's fair.
But from what I can tell, obviously it's number one, so people will bring it, and it does look very, very strong. I've seen that you've put out a video with it as well. I think.
Yes, I used some of my rare candy XLs to. I wasn't quite able to get it to 1500, but I got it to like 1435, and it's extremely bulky.
But I think it will definitely shake up the meta because people will bring it because it beats like Noctowl, Sableye, Medicham. It can also beat Lantern. Like, it's really, really strong. But so people will probably start like Steel type, Swampert. Like, people will start bringing counters to it. That will shake up the meta for sure once it becomes available in the Play Pokemon tournaments. So yes, I think it will make a huge impact for sure.
That makes sense.
I just don't want to use it. I'm gonna be one of those people who is like, other people want to use it. I'm just gonna figure out how to counter it.
That's fair. Very fair. Very fair. And as we see here in this matchup, we had the Deoxys lead into the Registeel there, and Registeel got the Zap Cannon debuff, but gave up Switch, trying to catch a Thunderbolt onto that Medicham here, and Carissa again going for the, not necessarily I switch, you switch, going for the, I am going to get some chip damage there, as we see the defense drop from the Psychic. I don't believe that means the next Psychic will KO, but it'll be very, very close.
It does change this matchup a little bit because now you can counter it down after the Psychic, but it doesn't take it out. Also, this Azumarill is quite Excel, I think.
Okay.
So it's not gonna take it out.
Let's see it. Psychic! It doesn't take it out! Again, there's a reason why he's a regional champion, folks. He knows his matchups. And
or
now,
you were watching, we're watching them on replay, and I might have seen the game earlier.
Hey, you know what? Well, but, I mean, now she just wins because she has 2-shield Como-O. In comes the Sableye. I honestly don't mind the Thunderbolt here because the Thunderbolt potentially sets up like a shield and farm down play on the Como-O, and Como-O up energy. As we mentioned at the beginning, it beats everything with its energy here.
Yes.
All right.
She also needs to put it into a range where she can take out the Sableye. She doesn't want to take too much fast move damage. I think that's the only thing she needs to be aware of.
DV Sheriff tried to CMP there, but she goes for the extra, and that's going to cost him a second foul play. And again, that's where trying to go for CMPs can be incredibly risky. As now, I mean, it was already tilting in Carissa's favor, but this game is just done now. There's just, like, Como-O has way too much energy here, so she can just farm up. Close combat will be lethal from this health range, and then you have the Medicham in the back, and yeah, this is just a very clean and concise win from Carissa, showcasing the spicy Como-O, and I'm always gonna root for the spice, chat. I'm biased. I'm always gonna root for the spice.
I mean, I feel the same way that you do. Like, I'm always gonna root for the spice, but also at the same time, if I were at a regional and I had chosen to be like weak to something like a Como-O, and I face a Como-O in the first round, like, how tilted are you to run into a Como-O with DV Sheriff's teams?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But yes, Anuxi, yes. This is Human Catcherbug joining us, Liverpool regional champion. All right. Oh, we actually have big teams. I'm gonna move my big head so that way chat can see the teams. But yes, we have big teams here. So we have two pretty standard teams here. Munchlax running not a Munchlax but a Lickitung as his Lick user normal type. And then we have Reggie, Sableye, Lantern, Medi, Noctowl, and Jengles running the Stunfisk. So again, we see the polarity there between the two different leading steel types. Then the Medi, Sableye, Owl, Lantern, and the Shadow Venusaur here. So taking a look at the teams here, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. Because obviously, they're two very strong, it seems like pretty standard teams for the most part compared to what we saw last game.
Yes, these are definitely. I think the Shadow Venusaur is probably the spice pick, but the spicier pick, and I think it looks good into Munchlax's team. As I said, you do win the ones and twos against Medicham and Registeel with the Shadow variant, which is where I think the big difference is. But also, one thing to be aware of is a lot of people have started running attack-weighted Sableyes because you can win CMP against other Sableyes, Swampets, and Venusaurs. Plus, you can win the two shields against Registeel without taking a Zap Cannon. If Munchlax is running an attack-weighted Sableye, it actually beats the Venusaur because you win the CMP tie. So that's going to come down to some CMP shenanigans. And also, Venusaur as the grass type. If you get some energy, you do have play against
the
Noctowl
owl
as well. Yes.
And that's...
So I think we're going to see some Venusaur action here for sure.
I'm excited. I am excited to see this because we had mentioned taking a look at the regular Venusaur and it didn't perform as well as we were hoping. But let's take a look at the Shadow here. But yeah, I remember hearing, I think it was Yusei, who's a fellow Twitch streamer, often runs like an attack-weighted Sableye specifically for a lot of those CMPs. I think Venusaur, I think if you run a very high attack-weighted one, I think, is Swampert one if I'm not mistaken as well? Like, I think there's... I could be mistaken on that, but
you can win CMP against Swampert, which is pretty huge with Sableye. There's a big group of Pokemon like Sableye, Swampert, Venusaur, Frostlass that have very, very similar attack stats. So by having a little bit more attack on one of them, you can not just win CMP in the mirror, but you're gonna win CMP against like that whole group, which can be very huge because they're all very frail Pokemon and they all very much rely on being able to win the CMPs in some of those situations. So I think that a lot of people have started adapting to that, and like especially with the Sableye being able to win the twos against Registeel without taking a move, because the foul play just does that little bit more damage, is like really huge for the Sableye.
That makes sense. And I believe both of these players have made a day 2 before. So getting queued into each other round 1 is a bit rough. And we see the battle of steel types here. Registeel versus the Galarian Stunfisk. Reggie, of course, able to outpace to the first by a single turn. And the nice thing is you can throw the Focus Blast right away, and as long as your opponent doesn't wait a turn and catch, they're not catching because it's mid-mud shot. So it's a fairly safe time to throw the move as soon as you get it, which is not always the case.
And also you get to apply pressure very early on with a pretty big nuke before the opponent gets to apply pressure.
All right, Earthquake shielded here. And even though the Mudshots do hit 4 super effective, still not dealing a lot of bad spook pressure. And it's the CMP tie here. And we're going to see the no shield from Munchlax, wanting to save a shield, as we see Munchlax running a pretty standard line that we see in GBL quite a bit. Steel with the Sableye and the Medicham in the back. But here's the thing. Jangles in the back has Sableye and Noctowl. So Noctowl is incredibly uncomfortable for Munchlax's backline here since he's staying in.
I'm actually really surprised he's not swapping out Munchlax, because he's running an ABB team against Noctowl specifically here. And now he's just letting his Registeel go.
Yeah.
And now the Noctowl is in the back. That's just terrible for him.
Yeah.
Of course, he gets an energy head start on Sableye, which is pretty huge, actually.
True. But the uncomfortable thing is that because of the energy head start, Jangles has to bring in the Owl because he can't bring in the Mirror, and then this sets up Medi into Sable in the back. So unfortunately, as you mentioned, this But Sableye now has the ability to dictate shields in this game, which is honestly pretty nice for Jangles. Switch clocks are very misaligned. If you're Munchlax, you have to try and play for Switch here, because you have a secondary counter, like, you have a secondary counter to the Owl in the Registeel, but you have to make the play for Switch. If you give up Switch here, it's Owl on Sableye, and you're just going to lose again. It is even shields, but I think it feels worth going down a shield here just to get rid of the Sable, because you have... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. when you've played it like this, you cannot let the Lantern go down. This is...
and he lets the Lantern go down! No!
I guess... Like, he knows that, like, Jangles doesn't want to swap out of the Sableye matchup, so he does get a pretty huge farm on Registeel now, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
I mean, he played it like this because he knew he had a second counter to Noctowl in the back. So I don't really understand this play.
Yeah.
But I guess because it's a Stunfisk in the back, you end up just being able to potentially sweep with Registeel here.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Stunfisk will make it to the Quake before the Focus Blast is reached. Going for the catch onto the Sableye, but Jangles with the reaction time, able to go for the Rock Slide instead, looking to get some chip damage to potentially put that into a range where a single charge move from the Noctowl will KO. The Stunfisk is very low, but again, this is where Reggie not having that fast move pressure is very uncomfortable, because once the Sableye is gone, you don't have a great way of getting rid of that Stunfisk without using 75 energy charge moves, which is just so expensive. And Jangles throwing just before the foul play is reached. He's not at the back-to-back here. Munchlax is going to let this go, but Jangles should have this game. Like, Noctowl can get some chip onto the Reggie here if it wants to, but I mean, he should be able to just win this game with the Stunfisk. He's actually shielding with the Noctowl, so maybe hoping to try and get the shield from the Reggie, but gets the attack debuff here. If you're Munchlax, you can't shield this, so he is going to let that through. But I think, unfortunately, this potentially sets up a double Rock Slide from the Stunfisk win con as well. Because, again, Reggie having to throw a move here. This is one of the limitations of Reggie in this format. He does make the Sky Attack. He can shield. But you just stay in with the Noctowl. You force them to throw the 75 energy move. And then you can just bring in the Stunfisk and then just win. Like, that was... I felt very well executed in the endgame by Jangles, because Registeel is obviously very powerful, but he's doing a very good job at showing the limitations of Registeel in terms of it doesn't have a lot of fast move pressure, and it has to throw a 75 energy move, so you just don't switch out and potentially give Munchlax a win con. You stay in, you force him to throw energy, and then you just win. So yeah, very well played there by Jangles.
Very well played indeed.
Very nice.
I think Munchlax probably misplayed it a little bit by somehow managing to get the Sableye of all things on the Noctowl. Like, he could have gotten either chip the Sableye in the second matchup with Lantern and then swap in his own Sableye to save the Lantern.
Yeah.
Or just get switch advantage with the Lantern against Sableye by farming down, spending the second shield, and then getting Registeel onto Noctowl. I think he definitely misplayed it a little bit there, but yeah, it happens on stage. I think maybe nerves could definitely play a role.
Yeah, the nerves definitely can play a role. And now we have DeFi, who's actually a caster, and I would say one of the more knowledgeable casters. Like, she really knows her stuff when commentating, and it makes it really fun to watch, because she understands, like, high-level stuff that's going on, and adding that to the commentary is really cool. And then we have Cindy, who, of course, made it to Worlds last cycle. And let's take a look at these teams here. So DeFi has the Tapu Fini here, the Lantern, Altaria, Medicham, Venusaur, and the Galarian Stunfisk. And Cindy has the Shadow Swampert, the Defense Deoxys, second time we've seen a Deoxys today, the Lickitung, the Registeel, the Shadow, Kanto Ninetales, and the Altaria. So pretty interesting teams across the board here. And as we take a look, we see dual Altarias. Cindy actually not bringing a Medicham. I think that might be the first team we have seen on stage today that wasn't bringing a Medi.
Yes, but instead bringing the Deoxys, which, of course, with Medicham having such high usage, bringing a Deoxys, which does a lot of the same things, just not as well, but beats the Medicham very comfortably, makes a lot of sense.
And we were kind of discussing that even before the stream as well. Like, Medicham kind of forces a lot of other counter users out of the meta with the psychic subtyping, but Deoxys is saying, you know what, I'm gonna try and I can do some of the things that Medicham can do, but obviously beat Medicham. But of course, like, DeFi has the Galarian Stunfisk, and it's a lot tougher to take out a Stunfisk with a Deoxys than with something like a Medicham, because Medicham at the very least has neutral Ice Punch. So even if it doesn't have the fighting move, it's at least hitting for neutral there. Whereas Deoxys, your choices are double resistant Thunderbolt or single resistant Psycho Boost that lowers your own attack by 2 stages. It can get kind of uncomfortable there.
Yeah, also the counter's not doing as much damage, whereas Medicham has a lot more of a chance of like farming down a Galarian Stunfisk in some situations. Deoxys just can't do that, so it has to throw these charge moves that just do no damage. I think Deoxys, if I remember correctly, actually loses the Zero Shields to Galarian Stunfisk. That might be wrong though, but yeah.
Yep, and then, oh, we have a little Piplup joining us here as well.
Oh, that is wrong. Sorry.
What was that? Sorry. Sorry, my fiance had just got home from work, so I got distracted for a moment. My apologies.
Oh, that is completely fair. Actually, it looks like Galarian Stunfisk can beat Deoxys in all even shield scenarios if Deoxys is running the standard moveset. Wow.
That sounds right. I ran quite a bit of, like, before the move update, I was running a lot of Deoxys Swilus core, and Stunfisk was always not very fun. It was definitely a team effort for the most part there. I feel like a lot of teams are often weak, like soft to the Shadow Cancer Ninetales, but DeFi has 3 incredibly hard counters there. The Lantern, the Tapu, the Altaria. It is so awkward to bring that Ninetales if you're Cindy, because it's a 50-50 chance that you're just getting farmed down. Like, that is so uncomfortable.
And the quote-unquote not bad matchups are not even that good. Like, there's the Venusaur, of course, but Medicham, you do need to land the overheat. Stunfisk is good, but like not down energy, so I don't think we're gonna see the Ninetales. Although I know that she does like the Ninetales, obviously winning the regional last season with it.
Very true. I do honestly like the construction of DeFi's team in terms of she has, with the Altaria and the Venusaur, 2 very strong Swampert checks. So that way and we see the Altaria into the Deoxys, and this is a matchup that we had discussed earlier, where this is very uncomfortable for the Deoxys. And as you're going to see, chat, the Deoxys' HP will drastically lower because Deoxys, it's a Deoxys defense form. It has a lot of defense, but it doesn't have a lot of HP, and a fast move always has to do at least 1 damage. So Deoxys does not have a winning matchup here versus the Altaria, but we see a very nice catch by Cindy, catching the Sky Attack onto the Lickitung there. Very, very nicely done.
But this is another team, like Cindy's team is very, very weak to Altaria in general, especially with Registeel being the steel type, because Registeel doesn't do nearly as well against Altaria as Galarian Stunfisk does. And like Swampert is bad against it, Deoxys, Ninetales, Lickitung is okay, obviously that's the mirror, but Altaria is looking very good against the greenish team.
Very true. And honestly, a very nice read here from DeFi. DeFi could have sent in the Medicham, which is what Cindy was trying to run with this team, was to basically like try and get the Medicham out of the way, but choosing to send in the Stunfisk. Stunfisk still does well here, of course, but it's not a prototypical counter in terms of like, you don't have like the type advantage or the super effective damage like the Medicham does, but as we see, the Stunfisk ends up handling it quite nice, especially because it had already tanked, like, it had already tanked that Sky Attack, so saving the Medicham and counters into the Shadow Swampert do a lot of damage in the endgame. And we are going to see the Earthquake deployed again. Defense Deoxys, non-stab counter, not being able to farm down. She's forced to give up a shield here. And DeFi is going to let the Stunfisk go. And the Deoxys is loaded on energy, but honestly, Altaria can tank 2 moves here. Back in comes the Altaria. We are going to see the Thunderbolt deployed. This is non-lethal. We will see a shield as DeFi is going to try and protect the Altaria, recognizing how strong it is into Cindy's team. Farming up here, making it to the Sky Attack. Cindy had the move, could have gone for the Psycho Boost there, over farms, and now will commit a shield. And at this point, seeing that shield, if you're DeFi, that's a pretty large indication of she's weak in the back. Choosing to let this go, though, a bit surprising, but just trusting in the fact that Medicham will be good in the end game here. And now
the
we're
thing
going
is,
to see... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Medicham up a shield. Like, when the Deoxys is gone, Medicham up a shield is going to be able to beat everything on the
that makes sense.
Ice Effects team.
That makes sense.
So I think it makes a lot of sense for her to save the shield for Medicham.
Yeah.
Also, running Power Up Punch on Medicham, a little bit surprising here, I think.
Interesting. A bit of an unfortunate CMP there, as you could have overfarmed to 1 before the Quake and gotten some extra energy, but either way, it should be a pretty comfortable win here. But yeah, I got so much tunnel vision on just Altaria good into Swampert, but that's again why you're on stage winning these regionals is you can understand, even though it's a good matchup, Medicham up a shield beats Cindy's entire team. So you just trust
it's a lot easier to say when you're sitting backstage just watching the battles. Trust me, when you are in it, like the tunnel vision is real.
I bet. And then,
but I'm really surprised that Cindy brought this Swampert with the Altaria, Venusaur, and Medicham of the opposing team, plus Tapu Fini, which is not really a good matchup either. She must have really expected the Lantern / Stunfisk to bring the Swampert.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, so a little bit surprised.
We will have to see adjustments. I do like the Lickitung does have some solid neutral play for Cindy. Like, it ended up getting stuck onto the Stunfisk, which is probably its worst matchup of the rest. But
yeah, but the thing is, like, Lickitung has at least, like, it has neutral play against everything on DeFi's team, because there's no Noctowl, there's no Registeel, which are like the hardest punishes, or like Obstagoon, Umbreon as well could be. Stunfisk is not too bad. If you can shield the Earthquake in like a 2-shield situation, the Stunfisk is gonna start to feel very uncomfortable. So it's like Lickitung is a good safe swap against DeFi's team.
That makes sense. Oh, Mr. Tamagotchi, yes. Yeah, Deoxys does very well into Medicham, but we were referring to, based on the other 2 mons that had been seen, Medicham beats anything else that could possibly be in the back, because the Deoxys was already like fractional HP. So once that's gone, Medi just does very well here. And I think that's a stream error here, as instead of seeing battles... All right, here we go. We're into the battle. Oh, let's go. Okay, we're having production issues there. It looks like there was a safe switch that happened. It looks like it was a Medi lead into Altaria. DeFi safe switched into her own Altaria, and then Cindy brought in the Registeel, gets the Moonblast debuff here. And with that debuff, Altaria can potentially make plays here, because as you mentioned, like, oh, but we see the debuff from the Registeel in return. Oh my goodness. Because as you had mentioned at the beginning, Registeel is a lot better, like Registeel, sorry, I'm misspeaking here. Stunfisk is a lot better than Registeel into Altaria.
But the real big issue here is she let Medicham without Ice Punch into an Altaria. And she has Venusaur in the back as well. She cannot hit the Altaria. Of course, the Psychic is still gonna do quite a bit, but she cannot hit the Altaria now. Like, she's just so weak to Altaria, ABA. This is gonna be a real big problem for her to take down the Altaria.
Absolutely. Yo, capitalize with the 5. Much appreciated, homie. I'm gonna get my anti-malt spray going. Yes, that is a great point. I had forgotten there was no Ice Punch. Baiting with the pup here.
Wow.
Does Cindy shield? She does not! What a call! And you can see there, she's like, oh my goodness. What a call.
But the thing is, you should never shield the first move from a Medicham on Altaria, at least not when you have this amount of HP, because you can lift the first Ice Punch quite comfortably, and just in case they're running Pup, you never know, you don't want to shield the first one.
Yep.
This is such a bad situation for DeFi.
Yes.
Like, she's not coming back. One Sludge Bomb is not enough to take out the Altaria.
Yep. And then her Venusaur's non-shadow as well. Yeah, this honestly could be a situation where, oh boy, this is just game. Unfortunately, it looks like they're having some production issues with Cindy's screen. But yeah, not even production issues are saving this one into a win. And then I like the play, just saying, you know what, I'm just going to use Lickitung to soak energy because Altaria can win this game. But yes, Guido said, you told me last stream to ask again about my name. Yes, so my name actually came from when Pokemon Go first released. I had never played a Pokemon game before. So I just needed a username. My college roommate at the time at university was like, this game is awesome. Everyone's playing it. You need to play it. So I was like, okay, I'll sign up. And my normal username, which is just something very boring, was taken. So I needed a quick username. And we were at a music festival at the time. So I was like, I'm just going to pick Home Slice Henry. It's an alliteration. Surely this will have no meaningful impact on my life in any sort of way. And then here we are later, and now it's what I go by. So out of curiosity, so have you answered before, where does your name come from? Human Catcher Bug. I do really like the name. Is there a story behind it?
I don't like the name, to be completely honest. No, the story behind it is that I've always been a big fan of bug catchers. Not that I played the main games too much, but like I really like these like kids coming up to you in the main games like, I'm gonna beat you with all the enthusiasm in the world, and then you just kind of like kill, like just take them out in one blow because they just go with the one like level 4 Weedle and you just take them out easily. And then you go on to the next one. I kind of always liked them, but I was making my name at like 3 a.m. I had this tendency when I was a bit younger, where I would stay up for like way too late and just think about life.
Fair.
So I was just going in like a faraway land of like thinking about something and then the next thing and then the next thing. And somehow I came up with this awesome name and it was like 3 a.m. and I was like, I don't need to second guess this. I'm just gonna rename myself, not think about it tomorrow. And then I woke up the next day, like, how the hell did I get to this point? Like, what happened?
That's incredible.
Can you take the next game, by the way? I just need like a minute to go to the bathroom.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. I will cover the next game and then you can rejoin us for the next round of matches.
Awesome.
Who's talking? A Human Catcher Bug, the Liverpool regional champion. All right, Altaria into Deoxys again. Great lead for DeFi here. I'm not sure if it's DeFi or DeFi, but let's take a peek. Oh, these back lines are so tough for Cindy. We're going to see a switch into the Registeel. In comes the Medicham here. And with Power Up Punch, DeFi does win the Zero Shield. Typically, if you don't have a fighting type charge move, Medicham does not win the zeros, but with the Power Up Punch, Medi should win the zeros here. We're going to see a slight inaccuracy there, throwing on alignment from Cindy. We see the no shield here from DeFi. Zap Cannon will connect. Do we see the debuff? We do. Back to normal, but saying, you know what, again, just going straight for the Power-Up Punch here, just getting as much damage as possible. Now, the question is, will that debuff potentially flip this? I don't run Power-Up Punch Medi, so honestly, I'm not sure. I think she will make at least the Focus Blast, would not make the Zap Cannon there, but it's close enough that DeFi will commit a shield. So Cindy still gets what she wants out of this matchup, which is shield advantage, but Lickitung just has so much work to do in this endgame here. And you can send in the Deoxys. Gonna go for the Thunderbolt before the Psychic is reached here. It's a DeFi. Thank you. Thank you, the collector. DeFi. Thank you. Much appreciated. But yeah, this is just so uncomfortable. Tries to catch. Can't quite get it. Oh, the intended username? I actually didn't reveal that because it has like some personal info in it. So it's just a play off of my last name. So I enjoy not having my last name be public information. So that is why I will not share it. But I do appreciate you asking. And again, ooh, unfortunate alignment there. Like, in the grand scheme of things, she's already in a tough situation, but giving up these unnecessary free turns is making a tough situation even harder. Going for a bait here. This would be a huge no-shield if she calls this. Thinking about it. Shields at the last second, and it's the Rock Slide. You hate to see it. Oh my goodness. And now gonna full send the Earthquake here. But yeah, it feels like the writing's on the wall for this one here, folks. Going straight for the Quake now. Cindy will shield that one, which is good, but still not in the greatest spot ever here. Going for the Power Whip. Clock will be up soon. Potentially, I think, try and catch a Quake onto the Deoxys is a win con here. That connects. Deoxys clock is up. Switches early. Oh my goodness. She's forced to throw. Her clock wasn't up. What a play. That is taking advantage of decent clocks. They're beautifully done. And now it's just the Altaria versus the Lickitung here. And I think Lickitung takes this. She needs double sky attack. No, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. She needs double sky attack. Moonblast will not KO here. Moonblast connects, but she needed the double sky attack, and that's going to be game. Cindy wins it. Cindy wins it. She needed double sky attack does more than a Moonblast. Unfortunately, the Lickitung was too healthy. As we're going to see here, Cindy, against all odds, able to cook. My goodness. Very well played by Cindy there. Cindy was able to take advantage of the desync timers there, which is what she had to do. But yeah, like, tried for the attack debuff, but had to commit to the sky attack there. The attack debuff chance on Moonblast is very small. It's not often worth putting your tournament life in the hands of an attack debuff. All right, chat. Next up, we have Enhoff versus Ghost Burns Red. I'm moving myself so y'all can see the team. And then we're going to be going through the teams once HCB comes back there.
When will he come back?
Oh, he's back! Know. It's Christmas!
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. You were in the middle of casting. I have been here for a bit.
You're good. All right, so we have Cindy ended up having a very difficult matchup. It was Altaria into Deoxys lead, Registeel Save Switch countered by Medicham, and Lickitung countered by Stunfisk, but she got a shield advantage in the mid game and was able to take advantage of slightly decent clocks to put it into a race to the charge move. DeFi went for the Moonblast, but needed to commit to double sky attack, and Cindy was able to win.
Very nice. You love to see it when you get completely RBS'd and you're still able to pull off a win. Those are the best wins to pull off. Definitely.
Absolutely. So Enhoff, of course, has already qualified for Japan. So this can honestly qualify as a little bit of a scouting mission here for Human Catcher Bug, learning about the competition. All right.
I'm not gonna lie. I have been writing down some notes when I watched some games earlier about some of these players.
That's awesome. So we have Enhoff rocking the Tapu Fini, Medicham, Registeel, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Noctowl, and the Sableye. And for Ghost Burns Red, does have a pretty strong check to the Sableye in the Lickitung, but pairing that with the Galarian Stunfisk, the Medicham, the Altaria. We've seen a lot of Altaria usage today, at least on stage. The Sableye and the Lantern here. So taking a peek at the teams, again, this is another situation where Lantern doesn't have any resistances among Hoff's Pokemon, but Hoff does have a lot of neutral to favorable play against it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Lantern, but stuff like the Registeel, the Sandslash, and the Medicham can all do quite nicely.
I think Lantern is once again, as you say, good save swap, and also because we know if we've seen Enhoff play before, she loves her Tapu Fini, so you can definitely expect the Tapu Fini, and plus you have like a very good matchup against Fini. At least if you're running Spark, it's not that good if you're running Water Gun, but also a very good matchup against Noctowl, and it's pretty decent everywhere else, the Lantern. So I think we're gonna see it. Also, again, Altaria, you say we see it all over the place. We're probably, it's a little less likely we're gonna see it today because there's a Tapu Fini and 2 Steel types. That would be
massively overfarm in this matchup, and a Surf still doesn't threaten here. Makes it to the Surf, goes to the CMP tie on the Ice Punch. This will be so close if this KOs. This honestly might come down to IVs here. Ice Punch does KO the Lantern barely there. My goodness, okay. And now we see the Medicham
this is just
here.
a very, very tough alignment with the Sableye in the back as well. Yeah, this is tough.
And shielding the Medi, no! But yeah, if you're Hoff here, the only lose con is pivoting, so you just stay in. The threat of a Psychic forces the Ice Punch from Ghost Burns Red, and Hoff is in a very comfortable position to win this game. Licky is in Focus Blast range because it already took a Zap, and the Registeel is still incredibly healthy because the Lantern didn't land any charge moves on it. Now we are going to see, unfortunately, this is basically all she wrote here. So I'm going to take a moment to read a nice comment someone said in chat. Human Catcherbug is such a legend. I love your videos, so informative. Look at that. Claps for Human Catcherbug. Let's go.
Aw, thank you. Thank you.
But yes, chat, I mentioned it earlier, but if you're looking for like consistently good climbing teams, because my main focus is running fun stuff and also trying new stuff, I will periodically be like, yo, I'm running a team right now and it's destroying, like the Primarina team. But a lot of the time, I'm trying to run fun stuff. If you're looking for a channel whose focus is going for like climbing teams, that is Human Catcherbug right there. Going for the Power Whip here, it does slightly more, but like it's still not going to KO. Like you still need multiple charge moves to KO here. This is just, I guess maybe an attempt at a BM, just being like, I just got completely bodied.
I mean, it does do more damage, so probably just a Hail Mary hoping it's enough to lick down. No.
But it's just not going to be enough.
No. You do get a farm down though with Medicham, but yeah, down 2 shields against the Sableye. That is probably the last place a Medicham wants to be.
I was really hoping he would go for the Psychic there, because I mean he's not gonna win. May as well have some fun with it. But no, we're just gonna see the Ice Punch thrown here, and yeah, just very comfortably making it to the return. And yeah, game 1 goes to Enhoff there. Yeah, Enhoff just being able to leverage the good lead very nicely, and then as you mentioned, being able to get a lot of damage onto the Lantern, debuff it, leave with energy on the Medi, which forced a shield from Ghost Burns Medi, and just he was continually on the defensive that entire game. So that was very well done there from Enhoff. Just obviously had an advantageous comp, but there's having an advantageous comp and there's actually leveraging that into a win, which you would know about because we queued into each other yesterday and I had a really good comp into yours and you beat me. So it's all about you could have a good advantage, but converting that advantage, and that's what Hoff did nicely.
Yeah, she just played it perfectly. Like staying in with the Registeel to get the Zap Cannon off onto the Lantern to make it a very, very safe matchup for her Medicham. And then obviously having the Sableye into the Medicham in the end. Yeah, very good.
Gravity with the 14 months. Much appreciated, dude. I'm doing sprays for members today instead of the jumping jacks because we're trying to get through the battles. But yeah, highly recommend. HGB's channel is great. And if he was recording yesterday, me getting absolutely whooped despite having a Mon that beats this entire team will probably be on YouTube at some point. So,
well, I didn't call you out, but it might already be on YouTube.
Oh,
it was
let's
a very,
go.
Very good game from my perspective.
Perfect.
Looked very good.
Fantastic.
I just said I was going up against someone I knew, and I knew that he was very good, so I played it specifically because of that, but I didn't call you out. But once again, good lead for Edenhoff, and then he save swaps the Lickitung, and this is actually a very, very good play by Edenhoff to stay in and do some water gun damage to put the Lickitung into a range where you can now go for 1 Focus Blast and then farm the Lickitung all the way down afterwards. Because usually you have to go for 2 moves from the Registeel. I think you can go for the Focus Blast from here and then put them into a range.
Also, yes, Carbink is banned, Max. Yep, and then we do see her going for the blast now. Ghost Burns Red is going to no shield, but if this sets up a lock-on farm down here, and it looks like it will. That is so nice for Enhoff. Like being able to lock on down with Registeel. I believe it was Richie who I really first saw do this well in a tournament. It was in one of the GBLA tournaments, I think, that Aspedius hosts, but he was just undercharging and lock-on downing every matchup, and it completely changed. It made me into a significantly better player when playing Registeel, just seeing what is possible when a good Registeel player uses it, which is awesome to see. Like, being able to have the wherewithal to stay in that matchup, to get the damage, so that way you can throw one move and farm down is just incredibly good foresight.
Like, it is such a good play by Inhoff to stay in with Tapu Fini for a little bit there. But I think Registeel, as you say, like, if you play it properly, it is the probably the Pokemon in Great League with the highest skill ceiling.
Yeah.
Because if you can undercharge correctly, which is one of the most difficult things to do in this game.
Sorry,
obviously.
go ahead. That was such a clutch debuff for Hop.
If you're good at undercharging with Registeel, like, you can just leave everything, if it's switch locked, in a range where you can come out with an entire move on Registeel. And just like you said earlier, it's very clunky because it needs to get to these very big moves. But it also, if you can come out with a lot of energy, has very big moves.
Yep,
So,
and then the reason why Carbink is banned is because it hasn't had a global release yet. Like, if you purchased a ticket early, you can get it, but it hasn't had a global release yet. And also, she is going for the Ice Punch here just because it is cheaper. But something that I did learn about A-Slash is that I believe Drill Run, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but Drill Run, my understanding is that it just does more in neutral situations.
yes, it is significantly better, what's it called, DPE, so damage per energy.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because it's just, like, Ice Punch is just a trash move.
Yeah.
Like, even though it's stab, it's so bad. Drill Run is so much better.
It is cheap though, and like, that is the thing, is bad DPE moves, if they're cheap, will actually get some use. But if they're expensive, like Dragon Pulse, get that out of here. We don't want any part of Dragon Pulse. All right.
It's such a shame that they didn't give a proper move to Turtonator.
Yeah.
Like, would have been fun.
We have more scouting available for Human Ketcherbug here, as we have Wadaj versus Bopper. Wadaj, I love Wadaj's team. Wadaj has, and it's a bit small, so I'll read them out for you. Dugong, Shadow Quagsire, your boy Shadow Charizard, Cresselia, Umbreon, and Toxicroak. I love that team. And then Bopper,
yes, me too.
Bopper is running Medicham, Altaria, Registeel, Shadow Swampert, Sableye, and Shadow Walrein. So Walrein making a bit of a return here on the stage, which is cool. But the Dugong and Toxicroak core with Cresselia, I believe, was run by Memi Chiflona to, I believe it was top 3 at the Santiago Regionals. So it's cool to see someone else trying that pairing of 3 as well, because he had a lot of success with it.
Yes. I think this is a very, very cool team from Wadaj. Obviously, like, none of the top meta Pokemon being used. Of course, Charizard, love to see it. And then Shadow Quagsire was it as well. Also a new addition with the Mud Bomb. I think it's a quite good safe swap against a lot of teams as well, because you can hit the Noctowl with a bit of an energy advantage.
I am quite pleased with the fact that they brought it back into grunts, as I was during the event. That was like the one good shadow that I got, was I finally have Shadow Quagsire, because I tried the regular and it just it didn't do what I wanted it to do. But I now have a pretty good IV Shadow that I got frustration off of, and I'm excited to try it at some point once Great League comes back, because the Shadow just applies pressure in a way that the regular cannot.
Most importantly, if I remember correctly, with one Mudshot's advantage, it can beat Medicham. I don't remember in which shield scenarios, but
that's cool.
With a little bit of energy, like, it does so much damage to the core meta.
All right. We have Dugong into Sableye here. I believe Dugong wins all evens here against Purified Sableye. I love Dugong. Like, Dugong was a Pokemon that I ran a lot of, like, when the season first dropped. And it's just incredibly flexible now with that ice ground coverage. And as you're going to see here, like, that Foul Play does a lot. But after the debuff here, chat, the next Foul Play will not KO. Wadaj will win zeros here, which is very, very nice. And that sets up, he is running the double tank plus Shadow Charizard strat. Human Catcher Bug. I see a Cresselia, and I see that Shadow Charizard lurking in the back. Oh man!
I can already I already know what's about to occur here. Yes, the Dugong does live to take this out. Very, very nice.
But
I think Cresselia is very, very good into this team. Obviously now with the Sableye gone, the Cresselia is going to be able to put in so much work.
Yeah, you can basically send in the Crest here because Crest tanks 2 Shadow Hydros. Just get shield advantage, and then you can just sweep with the Charizard up a shield, and you should be in a very comfortable spot. Because Earthquake does not KO, so you can always no shield the first, and the second Hydro won't KO either.
I actually learned that the Shadow Swampert can beat Cresselia in the 2 shields with 3 mud shots advantage. So if Bubba decides to double shield here, he can actually take out the Cresselia.
Okay.
Because two Hydros is enough with the mud shots adding up.
In that case, let's see if Wadaj has that matchup knowledge. And I mean, to be fair, it's a Shadow Charizard. I feel like you should always save a shield for Shadow Charizard, but he lives this. He should live this. He's thinking about it. Let's see. He lets it go. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Going for the Grass Knot here. The moment Bopper shields, this game is over.
Yes. Shadow Charizard is just going to sweep now, for sure.
Yep. Bye. All right. Beautiful. Goes for the catch on Medicham.
Nice catch attempt. But fun fact, Shadow Charizard, 6 wing attacks plus a Blast Burn against the Medicham is exactly enough, regardless of the IVs of the Medicham. So they should take out the Medicham.
Oh, that is beautiful. Oh my goodness. Masterclass from Wadaj there. Just running very bulky Pokemon and then just save shields for the Shadow Charizard. Does that look familiar, Human Catcher Bug? It might look slightly familiar.
I mean, that Shadow Charizard Umbreon call is something I'm quite familiar with, for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is the Kanto Charizard. Yep, but it is Shadow. So it is from the Rocket Grunts. But yeah, that, Shadow Charizard is very frail, but just with a shield advantage, and if your opponent doesn't have a lot of fast move pressure into it, and it looks like we are put into a game that is already in progress here. We have an Umbreon lead into a Shadow Swampert, and we see, again, well, you mentioned, actually suboptimal charge move timing there from Bopper, giving an unnecessary turn to the Umbreon, which if you're a Shadow Charizard, if you're a Shadow Swampert, you don't necessarily want to be giving away free turns here. Going for the foul play. Foul play, if you're the Shadow Swampert, I believe does 2-shot here. And again, so he has now given 2/3 of a free Snarl to Wadaj that he didn't have to if he threw on more appropriate timing. So I think what Wadaj is going to do here is just get shield advantage and then again just let Shadow Charizard sweep it back.
But I mean, Bubba should realize that he cannot give this shield. He should realize.
He gives the shield. No.
And I think in Wadaj's head, there is a mini version of him just dancing already. He knows he's won this game.
Yep.
Unless there is Altaria in the back, because fast move pressure might be able to do something. This Sableye might also be able to apply some fast move pressure.
Ooh, he gets denied. That's unfortunate. I still think Charizard will be able to get the farm down, but getting denied there is unfortunate. We are going to see a pivot into the Sableye here. Wadaj farming up here, going for the Blast Burn. He wants that final shield, and then once he gets it, I bet we see the Dugong here. Bopper calls the bait! Bye-bye, Sableye! Oh no, dude! He's getting swept! He's not seeing the Dugong, Human Catcher Bug! He's not getting to a move! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, we could not have a more fitting co-host for this set of battles. Oh my goodness.
You love to see it.
Sheesh. Masterclass from Wadaj here. Oh man. Shadow Charizard chat. I recommend having counters to it. Shadow Swampert and the 2-shield is not a counter to it. Oh my goodness. That's the crazy thing about Shadow Charizard is a lot of matchups that it feels like it should win on paper, typing-wise, it doesn't necessarily do so, like versus Shadow, Powder Snow, Alolan, Ninetales. Ninetales wins the 1s and the 2s there, but against the Shadow Swampert, it wins the 2s. Like, it's a very interesting Pokemon that plays differently to what you might expect typing-wise, but is very fun.
I think intuitively most people have this like idea of there are certain matchup that I should win and certain matchup I should lose. So I'm gonna try and like get alignment the right way and like land the Pokemon the correct way. Shadow Charizard is just a Pokemon where I don't care which matchup I go like which Pokemon I'm going up against. If I have a shield advantage or like energy advantage, I am taking them out.
It does. I have seen in previous regionals, there was a Ninetales, I believe there was a Charizard save switch answered by a Ninetales, and it was answered very quickly, and then a Blast Burn was shielded, and then I saw them end up playing out the 2 shield, and it hurt my soul, because I was like, you do not win that. Like, you could force a shield advantage there, but that's why, like, knowing matchup knowledge and knowing specifically in those shielding situations, as you had mentioned, like, you know that Shadow Swampert 3 Mudshot Head Start flips Cresselia. Knowing that kind of stuff knows if I have that advantage, I can flip it. Also, this should be a very good set of battles here. J-Mills versus Swag Tips here. J-Mills, of course, has made quite the name for himself in the faction scene and Sylph as a whole. He is running the new version of the Shadow Swamp plus Shadow Ice Core, Shadow Swampert, Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And then he has the second Steel type, Registeel, and then the pretty ubiquitous Medi Sableye, and then the knocked out, pardon me, I have the hiccups, and then we have Ryan Swag. The team went away here, so I'm going to pause it, running Shadow Venusaur, Stunfisk, his standard Dedenne, the Dugong, the Medicham, and the Lickitung here. So a pretty interesting team here from Ryan Swag. I feel like a lot of teams are... Yo, what's up, Ken? Ken asks, would a normal with 15-0-0 be similar to a Shadow 0-15-15? What would the difference be? So typically the difference in terms of damage output, I think, I'm not 100% sure on that. I know the Shadow does 20% more damage, so I think it would come down to how high of an attack stat, like how high of a base attack stat the Pokemon has, but it basically, a Shadow adds 20% damage to the base attack, is my understanding of how it works. So I believe that would be dependent on how high of an attack stat the base Pokemon had. So if they had a very low base attack stat, then it could be where a normal 15-0-0 is comparable to a Shadow in terms of just damage output, but typically you are going to want to prioritize the Shadow 0-15-15 will typically output more damage than a regular 15-0-0. That was long-winded, but hopefully I was accurate. Not 100% sure on that one, but yes, so the J-Mills team here, so Dedenne is an interesting anti-meta pick. It feels like it always has targets, but it is very frail in that regard.
Dedenne is a type of Pokemon where you look at it on paper and it beats Medicham, Sableye, Noctowl, and your eyes start to lit up because of all the like main matchups that it picks up against a lot of the like core meta in the, like on the play Pokemon scene. But then you come up against the Sableye, and the Shadow Claws are just starting to tear through it, and you realize it really, like, it's so uncomfortable even against the Medicham because you need to land like bait in order to beat a lot of these Pokemon, and like down energy against the Noctowl even. It just doesn't do what you want it to do, and it's always uncomfortable in my experience. Although it has a lot of good matchups on paper. Even against the Registeel, like you resist everything, and it's just still not that good of a matchup.
It is Swag Tips, Missior. Missior said, I don't have audio on, nod yes or no. I'm going to emphatically nod yes. Okay, perfect. But yeah, so it's, although the Swag Tips does have the Shadow Venusaur that we talked about earlier, that does look like it has some decent play into the Swamp, Stable, Medi, and the Reggie as well. Obviously, it doesn't want to see the Owl or the Sandslash, but as we discussed, if it's up a shield or up energy, it can potentially flip the Owl. So I feel like we'll probably see a heavy dose of the Venusaur from the Swagman, because it looks like it has a lot of play outside of the Sandslash.
Yeah, and even against the Sandslash, because they're both Shadow, it still can do a lot of damage against it. Fair. Because Frenzy Plant is just such a huge nuke. This is a very interesting matchup because, as I said, because the Venusaur Shadow the Vine Whips add up enough so that one Frenzy Plant is enough to take out a Medicham in the 1s and 2 shield scenarios.
Got you. So if you're the Venu, it's often worth playing, like, shielding at least once, knowing that you can play to a shielding situation that you do win. This does set up a CMP tie that J-Mills could catch on if he wants to, and he does! I like that. Saving the Ice Punch for later and now putting it at an energy, like, imbalance here. Swag is now going to send in the Dugong, but, ooh, he may have actually wanted to send in the Dedenne there, because Dugong is a lot more consistent into that A-Slash in the back, because Dugong is taking multiple moves from the A-Slash, whereas Dedenne gets crushed by a Drill Run.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that there's an A-Slash in the back.
True, true. Yeah. It just ends up being, it could end up making an uncomfortable endgame for him because he's down on energy. The Medicham left with energy, he's gonna go for the farm down, gets the farm down here.
This is huge.
Medicham left with an Ice Punch. Ice Punch does not KO from this range. Sends in the Sand Slash, but Swag waited. That was great
I think
patience.
this is a mistake. I think this is a mistake by J-Mills because these drill runs just do so much damage. The Medicham would have been able to take these moves a lot more comfortably. Now you have to expend the shield or just let an entire Alolan Senseless go.
He let it go! Oh, he's gonna be so sad to see the Dedenne. And now, honestly, I mean, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you can just go straight discharge here and it'll do enough, and J-Mills knows. Oh, man, the win con was just fully sacrificed. Oh, no.
I think he might have thought because Ryan Swag or Swag Tips let Venusaur that he would be weak against the Alolan Sandslash in the back, because there's like most people would not run an Venusaur and then be like have another thing weak to Alolan Sandslash in the back. I think it's very risky by Swag Tips to use Venusaur on the lead and also have the Dedenne in the back actually.
True.
And also Dugong in the back.
Yeah.
Like he's triple weak to Alolan Sandslash. So yeah. I think that's a very risky team, especially because if you lead into an Alolan Sandslash, you're going to have to swap in a Dedenne or a Dugong into a Sandslash that's then up on energy. Yeah, I don't know. Not the biggest fan of that strategy, I don't think.
Very fair. And it seems like from how he played that he may have been reading Medicham in the back as the A-Slash counter, and that's why he sacked it, was he just didn't want it on the Medicham, and he's like, my Medicham with energy will clutch this. But unfortunately, he got bamboozled. It was the signature Pokemon Dedenne, and did not go the way that he was hoping here. Also, in exciting news, looks like my factions captain has made it to round 3, and if he wins, he'll be playing Crimson, so that'll be interesting.
Oh, we have to have that on stream. It was Sceptile Ice, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And then
I remember
it looks like
unfortunately.
Yes, and then it looks like unfortunately Firestar is in the losers bracket, which will be played tomorrow. Yo, what's up, Stay Turnt? Welcome in. But yeah, that is the tough thing, is trying to read what's in back and trying to make the best read that you can there. Like, Swag thought his Dedenne would have more play in the back, which it didn't, which then caused J-Mills to think it was Medicham because he didn't send in the Dedenne, which is the much harder counter. So then he ended up sacking the A-Slash when it was the win con. And we have Reggie into Dugong here. Swag running ABA to Reggie Steal and getting punished. This is a very uncomfortable match. Oh, he save switches into the Venusaur at its bed with the A-Slash. Everything going wrong in this matchup that could go wrong as Reggie saved all that energy.
Ooh. This is bad.
Yeah, this is so bad. I heard that just like deep pause there from you as you were like, boy, this game's been going on for 5 seconds and it's already a disaster.
But this is why it's so risky to be APA weak to something. Like, what did you do against the Registeel afterwards?
And he's making a play for Switch here, but the thing is, and J-Mills is conceding Switch, but unless J-Mills can fairly similarly to Kirim in Masters, which is one of my favorite save switches in Masters. It just fits my playstyle really nicely, where even if you bait out something you don't necessarily want to see, you can leave it debuffed. So the energy that, let's say, a metagam counter switches in, even if they leave with energy, the energy goes absolutely nowhere because it's debuffed and oftentimes resisted, and I can use it to set up big farm on my lead Pokemon and just leverage energy. So it works really nicely for my particular playstyle. I often run a lot of ABB, and it's just very bulky and very neutrally sound. It does require some nuance in terms of like understanding the matchups of like, do I throw an Icy Wind in 3 drill runs? Do I need to drill run first? Like, there are some particular matchups where having knowledge of them can be helpful. So it's not necessarily as much of a plug and play mon, but I do really, really like it. Mine is, I think, like a rank 50 some, and I've really, yeah, it's a rank 54, so it's not like incredibly good, but I do really, really like it.
I think I have like a rank 7 or something, which I've been saving just in case.
Yes.
But,
dominant lead here for J Mills. We see the pivot into Dedenne. J Mills gonna stay in here. I love the foul play here. Is it resisted? Yes. But as we talked about, Dedenne is extremely frail. Kirim is probably my favorite safe switch in Masters, Pop John, yes. And now the Reggie. Beautiful play pattern here from J Mills. Getting the shield from the Dedenne and now using your bulkiest mon that only takes neutral to absorb all of this energy here. And then he should just have this game won based off this play pattern right away, because he has Medi Sable into Medi plus Dugong. So he can just no shield the Reggie. He doesn't care about switch, because even if he loses switch here, it's what? Medi into Medi, which is fine. And like, so he's still in a pretty nice situation here of a shield. Of course, he can shield if he wants to preserve switch, but of course he just doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. And the debuff as well. I mean, the discharge wouldn't have KO'd anyway, but at a certain point, I imagine it's just deflating to your confidence to get debuffed more than anything.
I think you're absolutely spot on, because if you lose switch, you're getting Medicham with energy onto the opposing Medicham, because you can farm down this Dedenne. Or you can farm it down with Sableye and then come out with energy and a shield advantage for whatever he has in the back, which nothing on Ryan Swag's team is going to be able to beat Sableye of a shield.
Yep.
So then, this should just be game.
Yep. Beautifully done there. And then he can mirror. Honestly, I wouldn't fault J Mills for trying to go for a psychic catch here, because even if you fail it, like, you can get this and then just go for the catch. Even if you don't get it, you'll still get Sableye energy lead, and even if you fail it and they ice punch, you're still pretty okay here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an attempt at a catch. Staying in though, interesting. Okay, so he's just gonna stay in and just play it out this way. Shielding the Psychic. Do we see the debuff? We do not. And let's check counts here. Okay, just going for the Psychic right away, not over farming there. Just putting pressure on that final shield. The moment Swag shields in this neutral matchup, Swag lets it go. GG's. Yeah, he is just shaking his head now.
Wow. He's not overcoming this. No way.
No. Yeah, and then, I mean, yeah, this is, oof. It's unfortunate there. It's very unfortunate. Yo, what's up, Cole? Hey, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you, man. He said, the amount of skill in my ears and on my screen is so awesome. Human catcher bug and home slice. We have a decent amount of overlap in our communities, and I think that's awesome. Because, again, yeah, I am fully here for the human catcher bug YouTube channel blow up that I'm expecting to happen within the next 6 months. So I'm here for it.
I can't actually believe just I don't know if it's like too soft, but like I can't believe how kind all like the content creators have been towards me. Like Junkus has stolen a team from me, which was obviously like great promotion, and Callum has been featuring me twice, and you've also just been kind. Every time I'm in chat, you just promote me out of nowhere. Like I can't believe it. It's really
fair,
nice.
It is all earned. Like if you made truly atrocious team recommendations like Armaldo, every league Armaldo, but your knowledge is evident in every single video that you make, and you help people. and you help people improve at the game the right way, which is focus on your mechanics, learn your matches. And I don't say that as much in videos, I just harp on it in live streams so much, but that's the right way to get better at the game. And you teaching people that is, pardon my French, you're fucking awesome. So please keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, are we allowed to swear in
Yes,
here?
we are allowed to swear, yes.
Oh, I don't think I've ever done that on YouTube. I'm not
That's
sure
fair.
I would feel comfortable.
That's fair. And obviously you don't have to if you don't want to. But yeah, like you're unironically making terrific stuff. So keep up the great work and keep just educating people to teaching people the game to get better the right way is so good. So good. Like
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. I love all right, and I will quit with the accolades and we'll take a look at the teams because the teams just went away. All right, Teddy Bear versus Beach here. Beach, a pretty seasoned competitor. We've seen him at a lot of regionals. He's running Altaria, Shadow A/, Shadow Swampert. So again, basically, it feels like the new modified Rise Corp. Rise won with Shadow Swamp, Shadow A9, and now it's just Shadow Swamp plus the Ice type that beats other Ice types. And then we have, rounding that out with Lantern, Medi, and Umbreon, and Teddy Bear running Registeel here as the Steel type. Altaria, again, a lot of Altarias on stage. Medi, Licky, Sable, and Lantern.
Yeah, once again, Altaria, the only thing it really needs to look out for on Beach's team is the Alolan Sandslash. Other than that, it looks pretty good. And on Beach, yeah, Altaria is also looking very good. It makes a lot of sense that people are bringing the Altaria. Not gonna lie, I have been looking at Altaria as well, and also Shadow Dragonite, because I think those two are looking very good.
I like it.
Against like the Medicham, Sableye, Lickitung, not so much Lickitung, but like Lantern with Water Gun, Swampert, like they have a lot of good matchups in the current meta. And with Registeel once again being the primary Steel type, Altaria really doesn't have that bad of a matchup against Registeel, especially if you can avoid the debuff.
Yes, very, very true. I do really like the A/, for Beach. Outside of the Medi, of course, shreds it, but Licky, it's at least a close loss, but it has play into most everything else, and because it's the Shadow, it does pretty well into Reggie as well, as long as shields are up. So I do really like he'll definitely have to dance around the Reggie a bit because his team's a bit soft to the Reggie there. But I like that Altaria, A/, they all both have a lot of play. It'll just be about how Teddy Bear can leverage that Registeel because it's very good into what Beach has.
Yes. I think, as you said, Alolan Sandslash has a good matchup against Registeel as long as shields are up.
Yep.
It's not just a good matchup. It does naughty things to Registeel when there are two shields in play.
Very true. Very true. All right, let's fast forward here until we get some games. All right, Medi into Altaria. We've seen this a lot. In the twos, Medi can land an Ice Punch, but it doesn't matter. Save switch to Licky, gets some farm, and brings in the Umbreon. And this is just crushing for Teddy Bear. Just Licky is so neutral into Beach's team if it's not against that Umbreon, but the Umbreon's here. And it just, I mean, Umbreon leaves this pretty healthy and typically with a move loaded if it wants to. That is incredibly rough for Teddy Bear.
I think Teddy Bear was expecting, this might be a little bit next level, but because Beach was leading Altaria, he wasn't expecting Beach would have Umbreon in the back because he wasn't expecting Beach to be ABA weak to Registeel. It's very risky team from Beach to run Altaria with Umbreon in the back, I think. Because you just, like, a Registeel lead would be so tough. So I think he thought that his Lickitung would be a safe swap if Altaria was to lead.
Also, Guilherme, we actually did battle yesterday, and it's in the video that Human Catcherbug uploaded today. He outplays me, and I end up losing. It's, in my view, it's a game I should have won, but he made a really nice catch. So he was victorious there. If you see a Waterfall Primarina in that video, that is the team that I'm running. All right.
Well, we also battled before that where you just completely annihilated me, but you don't want to talk about that apparently.
That's a bit of an unfortunate CMP tie for the Umbreon there. Because Umbreon...
I think it's actually a very nice play by Teddy Bear to go for the CMP, because now he's forcing the Umbreon to take him out and leave with no energy so that he can bring in the Medicham. You saw also the undercharge to give the Medicham more energy.
Yeah.
Which is actually really huge for Medicham, because up energy, that is a way you can overcome the Altaria lead by bringing something in, leaving it in farm range for the Medicham so that you can start unloading Ice Punches.
Exactly.
And now because you have a little bit of energy, you can actually win the Zero Shields if Beach decides to go for Sky Attack, because you can lift one Sky Attack from this range.
I do like the no shield there by Beach, understanding that he obviously can tank one, and Teddy Bear, like Sky Attack doesn't KO, but it applies a lot of pressure here. Oh no. Spinning Ball of Death. Not like this. Not like this. Oh no, it's bro! He just lost so many turns. Oh no, that is not good. That is not good. Okay. If Beach loses this, we could very well see a rematch. I mean, it is Reggie into Swampert in the back, so he still should be okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't make a difference. He should still be winning this.
Focus Blast does a lot to Shadow Swamp, but it shouldn't one-shot as long as you have good IVs. Also, Dito in chat says that he has actually never lost to either one of us. He said the fact I haven't faced either one doesn't matter. I haven't lost to either one of them.
Bravo, bravo.
Yo, that's awesome, Torst. Yeah, I think Beach should still be okay here regardless. Makes the blast, but it shouldn't KO. It does, like, I want to say 70-ish, 75%.
It's not comfortable.
Yeah, like barely hanging on there, but getting it. Okay, nice.
I would say in the two shields, as the Swampert, you want to go Hydro Cannons, because especially when you're down energy, because if they shield two Earthquakes, you are going down.
And he outpaces. Thankfully, the rightful trainer wins that, which is good. The Dragon Breath he missed almost cost him, but thankfully he still won it. Very nice from Beach there. Very, very nice.
But yeah, I like what you said earlier, that Beach team is like pretty much the same as it's like the new meta team. I think the meta team right now is Noctowl, Alolan Sandslash, Medicham, Lantern, Swampert, Registeel, and Sableye. And this is kind of close, another variation of that. It's the Porlasha team from Turin, which a lot of people have seen. There was also someone in, was it Hartford? Or like the last regional in America.
Oh, Elite,
was also won by, Elite. Elite won with the same team. So like in Turin, Porlasha won with it. And in Elite won with it in America as well. So that's kind of been...
Elite will not stop bullying me in GBL. I am 0-3 versus that man. He is so good.
He is so good. I think I started off being like 0-5 against him as well. The first time, 5 times I played against him.
Yo, I appreciate that, JP. But yeah, Elite, and I queued into him last night, although I wouldn't qualify it as a win because I'm pretty sure he was just tanking for Go Battle Day. He top lefted immediately after seeing Waterfall Prima into Mamo, and I'm pretty sure he was just tanking for Go Battle Day, so I'm not going to count that.
he might have just been like, Waterfall Primarina? Nope. I'm guessing you've seen a few of those. I'm guessing a few people have just been like, nope. I almost listed against you.
The goal is that a lot of people are running very weak to it. Today I saw almost everyone had a fairy lead, which was just a lot of people running Florges Haxorus Core or Primarina Haxorus Core or Togekiss Haxorus Core, and I ended up, I think I went 7 and 8 on the member stream, so I ended at like 2890 some of just a lot of, I wasn't seeing the core that I was trying to break. And you can see there, Altaria having to shield because it does lose zeros here to Spark Lantern. But getting switch advantage is pretty nice here because now he can, he didn't make the Moonblast and Beach knows it. Oh, I love
nice counting.
Yeah, I love people who are that precise on a one-turn counting.
I mean, not just on a one-turn move, but on a one-turn against a one-turn move. That is really impressive.
Yeah.
Because
That's
if you
so
can
well done.
count your own 2-turn moves, then it's a little bit easier. But like
Yep.
Altaria against Altaria, that is.
Yeah.
Oof.
I am very much enjoying the fact that as two battlers who have played a lot of games of this, like we can a little bit nerd out over the same cool things of gameplay because we understand how hard it is to do stuff like that. It is
Yes.
proving to be very, very fun. But shielding the Altaria here, trying to make it to the Moon Blast. A single turn outpaced by Beach. Holy. Again, precision there in understanding that he can get there. Very, very nice. And now we have Shadow Swamp into the Medicham here. And this is uncomfortable enough. Oh, he's full sending the Quake here. It all comes down to this. Does Teddy Bear call this? Does he shield? He shields at the last second. Oh my. And now he just doubles up on Ice Punches here. Wow. He waited till that split second.
I understand that full send because most people just think it's a Hydro Cannon and no shield the first one.
Yeah, I can tank one and they'll no shield the first. Yeah, Moonblast does do slightly more raw damage than Sky Attack and Manual. It is less efficient damage per energy wise, but if you can only get to one, when both are neutral, Moonblast does more damage. In comes the Altaria, but it's getting countered down. Well played there by Teddy Bear, that shielding and respecting the full send. And I did like the undercharge play that he did in game one. It was a very tough comp, so he couldn't fight back. But I have liked the display of skill in this best of 3 so far. It's been very fun to see.
I actually think Teddy Bear has been playing really well. Like, really well.
Yeah. And against a pretty experienced opponent in Beach. Like, Beach has made several day 2s.
Yeah, and he's been around since, like, Sylph season. I don't even know, 1 or 2. He is very, very experienced.
That's awesome. Did you kind of get your start battling in a Sylph?
Yes, not a lot of people know this. They think I was like the new kid on the block in Liverpool. That was like the tag I got. And I was just like, I played Sylph season 1. What are you talking about? I did take a bit of a break at some point, like at the beginning of Go Battle League. But I used to play a lot before COVID. I used to absolutely dominate Denmark, actually, or the eastern part of Denmark. So I've always had a bit of a reputation in Denmark.
That's cool. And then here we see a matchup that we had actually discussed earlier, which is a Medicham save switch with an Altaria counter swap. Medi with the energy
I think you can
lead.
lift this. You can lift this.
Yeah.
And then you can win the zero shields if you get a little bit ahead on energy with Medicham.
And that's exactly what he got. Beach gives up switch. Oh my goodness. That frees the Lickitung from the Umbreon here. I mean, because Lickitung into Medi is a way better for the Lickitung than Lickitung into Umbreon. I mean, you're just dead if you're Licky into Umbreon. At least into the Medi, it's semi-neutral.
Yes, definitely. But I understand it from Beach's point of view that he didn't want to go down the shield.
Exactly.
And that he was okay giving up switch because obviously Umbreon and Medicham both do well against Lickitung.
For sure. The full set Moonblast and the shield from Beach. That is a decently impactful shield because Altaria, of course, getting to Moonblast is a fairly expensive move overall. Granted, Umbreon needs a lot of charge moves to get the Altaria low, but Umbreon does have the pacing advantage, and that's helped by the fact that the nuke was shielded. Now we are going to see another foul play coming through from the Umbreon here. This does not KO, but it will get the Altaria deep into the red here. Teddy Bear thinking about shielding and does. So we will see the shield from Teddy Bear just trying to get rid of the Umbreon, but Umbreon proving to be very annoying here for Beach as Umbreon with an energy lead is putting in an incredible amount of work here. Teddy Bear only has one shield left. He's going to let that go. That gets him low. He sends in the Lickitung hoping for a Cyber switch, and Beach switches out of the Umbreon. Beach could have potentially stayed in the Umbreon there, but instead choosing to send in the Medicham here. And now, again, this is going to come down to a bait. Does Beach full send the Psychic? Does he go for the Ice Punch? Body Slam will be no-shielded by the Medicham. Beach farming up here. This is the Ice Punch. This is the call. Does he make it? Does Teddy Bear shield? He's thinking about it. He calls the bait. What a read. Oh my goodness. And on perfect timing, goes for the Body Slam here. Teddy Bear doing what he can to stay alive in this matchup. We're going to see the shield from the Medicham. Medicham now has to go for triple Ice Punch or commit to the counter farm down. Going for the Ice Punch. Teddy Bear running out of HP. He's going to be shielding here. He needs to get the Body Slam to get rid of the Medicham. And then I believe he has a move on the Altaria here. Can he get there? He does. Both clocks are up. He can switch. He needs the Moonblast to KO. How much energy does the Umbreon have? I believe it's dry. Sending in the Altaria. This is going to be a race. Gets the Moonblast. What a game, Human Catcher Bug. What a game. What a game. Teddy Bear is my new pick to win this thing. Teddy Bear.
I think he can go far. That is very, very well played.
That was sensational. Oh my goodness.
I don't think Beach needed to shield his Medicham against the Lickitung. I think he could have saved the shield for Umbreon potentially.
That was probably the safer play because Umbreon could have tanked a Body Slam there. The worry wasn't the Body Slam. The worry was if you give up your shield, then you get Moonblasted. And that, oh my goodness, absolute textbook.
But the 1 HP and a Moonblast, you gotta appreciate it. Very, very nice.
Done. The understanding of I win the zero shield. I can live that. The no shield there. The maximizing energy. The aggressive switch into the Licky to try and get him to switch out, which he does. And then being able to... masterclass. Absolute masterclass there. And then understanding that my guess is he instant switched there because he was worried about a potential snipe because he was extremely low on HP there, and obviously he can live the snarl, but if they send in something that is more fast move pressure, then he loses the energy there. But that was sensational there. And yeah, I think I'm now just rooting for him to win this whole thing.
Although there are a lot of really, really good battles. I'm very much looking forward to watching its action in action. Hopefully,
that's gonna be good as well. All right, so we have Leo Geo versus Polar Bears. I believe we've seen both on at regionals before. Leo Geo running Altaria again with the Altaria, Sableye, Azu. My guess is as of late, it feels like the Azus have been on Hydro Pump, Stunfisk, Reggie, and the Medicham. And for Polar Bears, we see the Shadow Swamp, the Shadow A9 so the OG Rise Core. We see a Trevenant for Polar Bears, and Leo Geo is 4 times weak to Trevenant. Oh my goodness.
Wow. But I think you're right with the Hydro Pump Azumarill. I think it's pretty much mandatory because of the amount of Registeals, and also you don't need Ice Punch nearly as much because there aren't a lot of as many grass types.
Yeah, so, Ice Beam was really nice in the Trevenant meta to hit for super effective, but Trev outside of Polar Bear's team isn't really run. Also, yes, Jace, so these battles happened a couple hours ago, but we end up starting a couple hours afterwards. That way we can skip all the stalling and just watch the good stuff, which is the battle. But yeah, I was looking over Leo Geo's team and seeing the last one and be like, man, Trev, I miss Trev. And then I look at Polar Bear's team and I'm like, wait. Oh my goodness, that's incredible. A slight, like, threw an alignment there, but he's in such a dominant position that it won't matter. But I would say lucky in regard to the fact that back when denial was a thing, I kind of live in the heartland of America, and we don't have the greatest connection to things. So I was never able to consistently deny. So I just had to learn good timing because that wasn't really a thing that I could consistently rely on. So when they fixed it, I was in a little bit of a situation with a lot of other, like, players from other parts of the world who couldn't consistently deny and had to just learn good timing, where suddenly good timing was the empirically, like, always the correct way to do it, because people couldn't deny anymore. And that's been really helpful because I already knew how to do it. Whereas for some, like, especially in NA, we still see remnants of that denial timing, even a year plus afterwards.
Do you think that's why, that is then why people in America, like in these regionals, time their moves so poorly in general?
Yeah, because
or
they,
like more often.
Yeah, they didn't have to learn how to do it because they could just deny, unfortunately.
Yeah. Being from Europe, I'm like you, like they were simply not consistent for me at all to try and deny people. So I also just had to learn the good move timing, which I guess is a good thing.
Yes. And now we both fairly consistently leaderboard, so we'll take that. You're definitely a step above in terms of just they are really just like, I ban the bot and then they make a new account with the same name, so I just keep banning the bots as they keep making the new accounts. It's annoying.
I can see that's wow.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, if you see that, chat, mods are just banning them as soon as they show up, but just know that they are making new accounts, and that's why.
Okay, so it's not you promoting these kind of websites.
No, I am actively trying to ban them when they show up. Yeah, it is spam bots, and I just ban them as fast as I can. Yeah, so sometimes Dito lag can affect good timing here. I would love to see her stay in Hydro before she switches out.
Yes.
Okay, I like that.
Especially if she's not running Charm, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
To stay in and go for the Hydro first, and then go into Ninetales afterwards.
Yep. Perfect. Yeah. I love that. Like, take advantage of the fact that not the full send, the bait here. Add the shield. Okay.
I like this bait because a return is so threatening that like she pretty much has to shield.
All right, and then she is baiting back. Honestly, if I'm Leo, this is the health range that I like to call a bait in, where like the nuke KOs but the bait doesn't. He ends up shielding the bait, so she will be able to comfortably keep switch here. Like even if this was a bait, she could outpace. Oh, but she calls it. Giving up alignment is a bit but she has double ground, so switch actually doesn't matter for her.
Yeah, she can just like Stunfisk up a shield against Stunfisk is just fine. So makes sense.
Yeah. The goal would be to just leave this matchup with energy, so that way you can outpace the opposing Fisk, and then you're in a pretty okay spot. This will be less than an Earthquake. I don't love the shield there.
Bad shield. That is a bad shield because there's a Stunfisk in the back. And she should not go Earthquake either.
Exactly. You want to overfarm there, and then I mean you honestly could like put potential rock slide and farm them, but either way you want to leave with energy, so that way I mean she leaves with 1 residual, so she'll be able to outpace by 1 here, but still that's not the most threatening move, so you don't want to shield the foul play there. Like, Earthquake connects, but now, I mean, she can set it the Swampert, and it's... Oh!
Very nice.
What?
Very nice by him.
Okay. Saving the move! Because he doesn't have Hydro. Saving the move. Not falling for the bait there. Very nice. Leo should just have this 1 now, because he saved the move, and the Shadow Claws got it into a range where Earthquake should, I believe, KO. I don't run Stunfisk, so I kind of have to go off of vibes and watching other tournaments, but I'm pretty sure that'll KO. It was just
that just sounded funny. I kind of had to go from vibes.
Yeah.
Is that a thing? Is that like something people say?
Sometimes, yeah. Like I'll say that if I'm playing a battle and I'm just forgetting to count, and then I'll just be like, all right, I'm just gonna throw a certain amount of fast moves and catch and just hope that I win off of vibes here, and just hope that I've been subconsciously like counting in the background.
But that is actually a thing, like subconsciously counting.
Yeah.
Like that can work, but yeah, he's just gonna take this game now.
Yep.
I think he definitely misplayed it a little bit there.
Yeah, that was
Had a very good lead. Could have definitely kept switch, or yeah.
Yeah, like
No
I
shield
didn't
at the
mind
power
giving
play.
up switch, but yeah, just it's understanding what's the most threatening move there. Also, yo, thank you, Tevin, for the 2. I do remember that. That was very funny. Yeah, so bit of unfortunate plays there, but he was able to take advantage of the mistake and then go from there. And now we get to go past a lot of stalling. All right, let's take a look. Is that Buckeye Fitzy, I think, and Gerald?
Yes, he is. He's going to Worlds, right?
I think yeah, it is. Yeah, it is Buckeye Fitzy and Gerald. Yeah, Buckeye Fitzy he made it at Salt Lake City. So Gerald, let's take a look at the teams here. Gerald also qualified for Worlds, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to get out my notepad here. That's what you're saying.
I think Gerald qualified from the Elite Regionals because Elite beat
Caleb Ping.
Caleb,
Yes, he beat
who had
Caleb
already
Ping,
qualified.
yes.
So then the invite cascaded to Gerald. Yes. So this is 2 Worlds competitors in round 2, which is crazy. Yep.
Wow.
So Gerald, Shadow Venusaur, Sableye, Reggie, Altaria, Licky, Dunsparce. I believe our second Dunsparce sighting of the day. And Buckeye Fitzy, another Altaria, another Dunsparce, another Reggie, Medi, Sable, and Shadow Swampert. So Gerald running a rare no Medicham team. I know we saw like 2/3 of teams have them. I think this is one of the first. This is one of the few that we've seen on stream that does not have a Medi.
And no counter user whatsoever. That is very interesting. He doesn't have a response to Registeel. Like the Registeel is just a good save swap. I guess Venusaur, Shadow Venusaur is the best response, but
yeah,
not really.
Reggie
That's
is
very
just
interesting.
incredibly free. And then also, interestingly enough, yeah, like oftentimes the no counter user teams will have Swampert, but this doesn't even have Swampert. He has opted instead for doubling up on the normal types.
You know what would be absolutely brilliant? If he's running like an attack-weighted Sableye, and he's luring Buckeye Fitzy into using the Registeel every time, the attack-weighted Sableye has a very, very dominant 2-shield matchup against Registeel.
Oh, that would be cool.
If he's making Buckeye Fitzy bring the Registeel just so he can like get the Sableye onto it, that would be like next level strat. I would love to see that.
That would be pretty cool. Like Dunsparce has ground coverage, but 2 drill runs don't KO, is my recollection. And
I think actually with the Roland buff, it's one of those things you didn't notice right away, but I think it actually beats Reggie in the 2 shields now.
Oh, does it? Interesting. I don't think I've really run Dunsparce since the update. That's good to know.
No, it does not. It beats Reggie in the 1 shields, but that's not because of the Roland buff. But it's still like 2 drill runs is not enough yet.
Got you. All right.
There's
Gerald has a Swampert. Where did Gerald get a Swampert from? I'm sorry.
Are the teams flipped around? Maybe?
I think the teams might be either wrong or Gerald has a Swampert.
Or he's cheating.
What? Yeah, maybe the teams are flipped. Best guess, teams are flipped. Oh wait, but teams aren't flipped because Buckeye has a Medicham and Gerald doesn't have a What is happening? Well, I guess it makes sense that Gerald would have to have at least something into the Reggie. So I guess
it would
Gerald
make a lot of sense, yes.
Yeah, I guess Gerald has a Gerald has a Swampert on his team. What the fuck? I'm so
What do you
confused.
do here? Do you pivot out to not give the Registeel this farm?
Oh,
or do you get swamped onto it?
He pivots.
I don't know if.
But
I think he should pivot earlier if he pivots. It's nice to come out with the move, but also the Sableye down this amount of energy. This is not comfortable.
And debuff too, no! 66% of the time works 100% of the time, chat. And now, yeah. at, because Buckeye just stayed in here, and this, although Altaria banked a move, did it not?
Yes, it did. And
Yes.
that could definitely
Threaten
be
the
decisive.
Medi, yeah. Oh wait, they okay, so Gerald has a Shadow Swampert, he does not have a Shadow Venusaur. That was the correction they made.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yes. Alright, Swampert, you just pivot Medi. But the uncomfortable thing here is Shadow Earthquake, I don't believe one-shots, but it... Oh, he's running Ice Punch Dynamic! Interesting. I really like the Quake here from Gerald because you want to try and force the final shield and then snipe with the move.
But the issue is he needs to get to a Moonblast with the Altaria. Sky Attack is not enough.
Ooh, good point.
I think he actually needed to go for double Hydro
For
Cannon.
the double Hydro just to get it into Sky Attack range? Okay.
If he lands one and then grabs a shield with the second one, obviously if he lands two, then the Medicham is dead. But if he lands one and then he gets the shield from the second one, then he can just land the Sky Attack afterwards.
He gets the catch, but he loses the energy. He tried to go for the CMP sack, but Switch took a turn, so he couldn't trigger it. He is just going to run out of HP
to
here.
the Earthquake. This is close.
Yeah.
This is very close.
Oh man, this is going to be so close. Earthquake! KOs! That's game. He gets the Hydro. Wow. Okay. That was... Oh my goodness. That was a close one in the end there. But saving the move, ended up... He didn't get the snipe, but it almost worked better because the Quake did more than a... The Quake did more than a Sky Attack would have done. And he, I don't think, had enough HP to make the Moonblast. So that ended up working out for him. Yeah. But yeah, triple Hydro was probably the safe. Like triple Hydro and a snipe was probably safer. But I think he might have been worried about it was so low that maybe the Altaria, as it switches in, gets KO'd by a fast move there.
But that's when, like, if you swap right after throwing a charge move, you can get a zero-turn swap.
Zero turn. Yep.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about the counter going through before you can get it off.
Good point, good point. I really like that little Teddy Ursa he has there.
You know, I am grinding XL candies for a Teddy Ursa. Not an Ursa Luna, for a Teddy Ursa.
Oh,
I really
like
want to use it in Great League.
Okay,
I got a 98 Shadow Shiny Teddy Ursa that I really want to try out.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. That's awesome.
So a good lead for Gerald this game. Going for the Sky Attack. With the Medicham not getting any energy advantage, Sky Attack plus Dragon Breath should be enough to win every even shields. But it's like not a comfortable matchup for Altaria.
Yeah.
It looks like the counters are doing quite a lot of damage to the Altaria.
True, yeah. Like, Alt will win this, but very low. Sends in the Sable! This is a very interesting bait here. Built up to the Moonblast baity, he wants to preserve energy for potentially reaching a move later versus the Medicham. Gets the shield. And now we see a switch into the Swampert here. I mean, Shadow, I think... Again, I don't have a Great League Shadow Swampert, but I think you still need a Quake here, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. There are a lot of meta things that I probably should build and haven't, and he is going to go for the Quake, got you. Just because I'm often spending my dust on really bad Pokemon.
Like, how do you not have a Shadow Swampert for Great League? It's like one of the best Pokemon for Great League.
And I just don't have one. Oh my goodness.
But it would have been very close with the Hydro Cannon there.
Gotcha.
I know that in the 2 shields you can win it straight Hydro Cannon because the mud shots add up enough against the Sableye.
That's a mistake from Gerald. He could have made the Quake there. I mean, Hydro does a lot Shadow on Shadow, but a Quake would have KO'd. It does force Buckeye to throw here, but...
This is actually nice for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just bring in the Sableye. That's Medicham in the back, so...
Exactly. Just bring in the ult.
Or just bring in...
Yeah. GG's. I think Dynamic Punch does more here, but it's still not... I mean, Sableye tanks this very comfortably.
Yeah, it does more damage, I think.
Ooh, also, Zaplatinsky in chat, who is a graphic designer and actually made my overlay made Dan Ottawa's overlay, made Callum's overlay, said just built and ran out an immediate 5-0 with Human Catcherbug's last Mono Cup team. I'm gonna get this man an overlay. So it sounds like you may have a graphic designer who built a lot of our overlays, offering some free overlay help, which is kind of nice.
Oh, yes, you feel free to DM me for sure. I do not mind the free help for sure.
Yeah, he helped build like the overlay that I have now that is just so nice, and I love it oh so very much. The actual videos I still do myself, which is why they look slightly potato, but I kind of love my slightly potato layout for actual videos. I will eventually concede and get actual help on that for the time being, but
oh, don't mind. Like I think we all just kind of have slightly potato graphics when we don't get help from professionals.
Yeah,
that is one of the most difficult things I found. Like all the technical aspects, like trying to make things look nice. Yeah, it's very difficult.
Absolutely. If it's not something I can math my way out of, like GBL I can math my way out of, then I'm gonna struggle with it.
If I can't math my way out of it.
And nice. Speaking of math, chat, Kakuna Matata here on the left, this is the sole person who runs the pvpoke.com website. Kakuna Matata, 42 right here.
Yeah, this guy's a legend.
Yeah, this absolutely beautiful human being is the reason why we all have that PvPoke resource. He runs it himself. He's an absolute Giga Chad. He's running Shadow Venusaur, Defense Deoxys. We have another Shadow Charizard sighting. Oh, the teams went away. Also, Minicoke, yes, we have Human Catcherbug on the mic here with us as well. So, Shadow Venusaur, Defense Deoxys, the Shadow Charizard, Registeel, Umbreon, and Azu, and Nino running Shadow Swampert, the Sableye, Reggie, the Medicham, the Altaria, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. So right off the bat here, the Zard looks kind of nice, but so does the Azu. The Azu, like outside of the Reggie, looks incredibly consistent.
But the thing is, Alolan Sandslash actually has a quite good matchup against Azu. Surprisingly good. If you're not running Hydro Pump, you have to land the Hydro Pump. Also, the Alolan Sandslash is another one of those ice types, which is very annoying for the Shadow Charizard.
For the Charizard, purely just based off of pacing concerns, basically.
Yeah, it's just way too fast.
Yeah.
And one Ice Punch. You do win the Zero Shields with Shadow Zard because you can live one, but it's very, very uncomfortable even in the Zero Shields.
So it basically plays out very similarly to the Shadow Powder Snow A9 matchup then. Just win zeros on a sliver of HP. Outside of that, it's just you would have to like pull some double bait shenanigans or energy lead if you're trying to get anything to happen. Got you.
The thing is, you do win the 2 shields if you land the double baits, because then you get to it on the CMP, where the Alolan Ninetales, there's just no hope.
Yeah, because they're 5/4/5, whereas like the Fisk and the A/Slash are straight 5, so you can double bait and get to it on the 15th, which is nice.
Yes. So I would expect the Alolan Sandslash, although the Deoxys Umbreon core is a big problem for it. Obviously, Umbreon is very, very good against the A/Slash
here for our protagonist, Mr. PvPoke, as he leads Deoxys into the Altaria. As we've mentioned, like, it's a neutral matchup on paper, but it's so uncomfortable if you're the Deoxys. Because, as you can see, the Deoxys is already taken, like, 35% of its HP just off Dragon Breath. And that Moonblast is gonna hit as well. And, they top left it. I don't know what just happened. My guess is they told them to restart the game. So, I don't know what happened there. What?
That looked weird.
That looked very weird.
Maybe there was some connection issues.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. A lot of things can go wrong with these, these streams.
We're back at it. Same teams. Deoxys into Altaria.
I think we're gonna see PvPoke has to, or Kakuna Matata has to swap out eventually to lure out the Registeel. This is an ABB team for the Registeel, I think, with the Umbreon and the Azumarill in the back. So I think he's gonna swap into Umbreon soon
Yeah.
to try and lure out the Registeel. Yeah, go for the Psycho
debuff
Boost.
and the catch.
Oh my, wow, this is so bad.
Oh,
this
that is so bad for Kakuna
He has to swap
Matata.
out. He doesn't have a response.
Oh my, that is a devastating combination of circumstances there. Oh my word. And not throwing the foul play before the Zap Cannon there is a bit unfortunate, but I think he's honestly just so shell-shocked about what just happened. Zap Cannon, debuff applies, and that just makes a bad situation even worse.
Yes.
Because,
wow.
Oh my, Nino is on the warpath here. Damn. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, that's the kind of play. If it was Go Battle League, I might just quit. To be 100% transparent, if I might just be like, you know what? I have other things I can do with my day.
Yes.
I am a top left enjoyer. I do it with great regularity. But yeah, this is, oh boy. I mean, he does still have the Deoxys, and Deoxys can throw at minimum 4 counters and then a move. But if I'm Nino here, I mean, you could just pivot and deny that farm, because it's not like the Altaria. Like, I mean, you'd probably have to pivot into the Swampert, but Kakuna Matata does have the Venusaur, so that's risky. Nah, I think he has to stay in.
Oh, but he gets to move.
Oh, yep. Oh, no.
He has the shield.
And that's where Nino capping on energy there was really nice, because then he's only 5 counters worth of, or 10 turns away from getting there, which was so nice by Nino there. In comes the Swamp, and he can just Psycho Boost 8 million times.
I'm a little surprised he brings in the Swamp.
Instead of the ult, yeah.
Altaria can tank these charge moves a lot better than the Swampert can. He must be predicting something in the back. I think he is predicting something in the back weak to Altaria, because Kakuna Matata decided to stay in against the Altaria in the beginning with a very bad matchup in Deoxys. So he's expecting Kakuna Matata to be ABA weak to Altaria, which is why he decided to preserve it.
Maybe expecting the Venusaur possibly, and then that's why he brought in the Swampert, and then he's like, I'm just gonna take damage and save the Altaria. But now he does have a boost on the Deoxys. He saved it. It's very low HP, but he does have a boost stored. It is close to a range where a Dragon Breath snipe might KO it, is the awkward thing.
Ooh, he brings in the Altaria.
I don't think...
Couldn't he have made it to a Hydro Cannon?
I think he could have. But I mean,
this is gonna be close.
But I think ult might tank this, and does tank it. Oh man, 1 HP. I promise I haven't watched this matchup before. Sky Attack KOs, and the DB is gonna finish the Deoxys, and he doesn't get the counter down there. Wow, what a game! What a game! Dubwool to a couple tournaments, and I do really enjoy Dubwool as a Pokemon.
Oh yeah, it's a fun Pokemon.
That was
Actually ran I
sorry, go
ran
ahead.
into someone running using, I think it was Tomahawk used Dubwool against me in at EOSC, and
Oh,
he was
cool.
using like 3 Medicham counters, and I was just looking at him like, you are just using these as bench pressure because you want to use Dubwool as a safe swap. So I'm gonna put Medicham in the back, and then I'm gonna shit on your day, and little bit like, wouldn't you know it, there was a Dubwool safe
Dubwool
swap,
safe
and,
switch. Yep.
and I just annihilated him.
That's
That was very
awesome.
fun.
So, and now we have Hedonis versus Mama Climbs. Also, Chet tends to get weird when she's on stream. If you're gonna be
Wonder
weird,
why.
I'm gonna fucking ban your ass and not lose a single minute of sleep about it. All right?
Wait, how weird do you have to be about? I'm guessing it's because she's a female. How weird do
Exactly.
you have to get in order to get banned?
All right, so I was gonna read off Hedonis' team, but they just changed it. So hopefully they have the team right this time. But they have Lantern, Medicham, Shadow Zard. Again, a lot of Shadow Zard usage this tournament compared to the rest. Yo, what's up, Rustan? Or Rustan. I always feel like I mispronounced it. Sorry about that. He says, yo, HSH and HCB on stream. Boom. Let's go. All right, so, okay. Hedonis, Lantern, Medicham, Shadow Zard, Licky, Altaria, Shadow A/, Mama Climbs, Tapu Fini, Shadow Canine. I think that was that the same core that Cindy / Greenish was running earlier, I think? And then Shadow Swamp. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I don't remember if she was using Tapu Fini as well. Maybe. Just go on.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just
And
thinking out loud.
then, yep, so those two, and then Shadow Swamp, Shadow A/, so the new Water Ice core, Umbreon, and the Medicham here. Right off the bat, Umbreon looks really nice for Mama Climbs. Like, Umbreon
Yes.
is, like, it doesn't enjoy Medicham, like, but it's more of a soft loss, and Altaria is more of a soft loss as well. But
Altaria is actually bait dependent. If you can shield that Moonblast,
yeah,
you're in a good position with Umbreon.
Carbink is banned, yes, because it hasn't had a full global release yet.
I don't think we're gonna see the Shadow Ninetales this time around.
Yeah,
For sure.
but yeah. Hedonis, I think, got a 3rd place at a previous regional. So
I think he might actually have qualified for Worlds, maybe?
hopefully that would be awesome. I know he has progressively gotten like better and better placement.
Yes.
So
He
I'm
also
hoping
always
that he
plays
can-
quite well.
Yes, absolutely.
But Medicham on Hedonis' side is looking absolutely insane looking at the team.
Yeah,
Like as a safe swap, because up 1 turn you can overcut, like you can win the 2 shields straight
Against
psychic
Fini,
against
yeah.
Tapu Fini.
and we are gonna see the Medicham save switch, and it's met with the Tapu Fini again. Yeah, it is. Again, it is just Human Catcher Bug just has like an encyclopedic knowledge about these matchups, but that's part of what like a lot of like hitting Legend is. The main stuff is just knowing win cons and having good move timing. But to like really excel at like the high ranks like Human Catcher Bug does, like that's kind of the next step is learning these matchups. What shielding scenarios can I play to win and stuff like that. Like the big thing for people who are like in ace and trying to get to like veteran and expert is going to be move timing. Move timing is just everything. All right, going for the Moonblast here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hedonis call this. And he does, okay.
Yeah, you can take a surf. And, It's very risky to go for the Moonblast, but nice recognition by Mama Climbs to go for it.
Yeah. And then he should, like, because her Swampert is Shadow, so even Spark Lantern up a shield flips that, because double Surf KOs with a couple Sparks. So he should be in a pretty okay spot here of just Lantern sweep. And now he sends in
But
the
the thing
Lantern.
is-
It is Spark, and it's a Swampert. All right, go ahead.
The thing is that Umbreon is still gonna be a nuisance to get through.
It is.
Like even up a shield, but you're gonna have to expend the shield here, of course.
Yeah.
But like Lickitung is like the body slams are gonna do nothing, and like Lantern has a pretty decent matchup, but the Mudshot's are gonna bring the Lantern into a range where, yeah, you might actually lose to the Umbreon here.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna win it, but
yeah. I think Umbreon still needs 3 foul plays. I like the bait by her to force him to throw right away because he can't take any chip damage. But I think this is still 3 foul play range, and if so, it might come down to a catch because she still has the Feeny catch possibility. So it'll be
but there is no way he is gonna allow her to catch on a 3-turn move.
Exactly. Like he'll just 147 again and again and again. And then she ends up giving him 1 extra free turn there by throwing on alignment. But it'll be interesting. Like, second foul play lands. She tries to catch, but again, he throws on 147, so she can't. Perfect mechanics by Haydonis. I believe Surf is better in terms of damage per energy, but Bolt is going to do more. And he's trying to get this into double slam range. All right.
I know that in like with a very good Lantern against a very good Umbreon, you can win the Zero Shields going straight Thunderbolt.
Gotcha. And the catch! He got to a move on 1 HP. She does get the catch, but he gets the undercharge, and now he gets farm on the Licky! And Licky should have this. 2 foul plays, 1 KO here. And this should be 2 body slam range on the Umbreon.
I think he's gonna outpace the 2 body slams before she gets to another foul play. I think 2 foul plays would be close. She probably needs the last resort.
Yeah, I think last resort might do it, but she won't get the last resort here.
No, she won't. I don't think she will get any more moves. Lickitung does win CMP. The only CMP tie that Lickitung is ever gonna win. Almost.
Yeah. Lickitung, the first CMP win for Lickitung in history. There's the Umbreon there. Yeah, he was able to get the shield advantage, and the Metacham save switch is incredibly good at generating that shield advantage, which is nice.
Yes. It's just a very good save switch against her. I think in this meta, you kind of need a better response to Metacham than Tapu Fini. She doesn't have any responses at all.
All right, Altaria. Oh, she doesn't have Ice Punch. This is bad.
This is really bad.
Oh, this is so bad because she has the Umbreon in the back, and Umbreon doesn't necessarily appreciate Altaria either. So Psychic connects.
Swampert.
I don't know if you saw him be like, "Oh, she doesn't have Ice Punch."
Oh,
that was
no,
incredible.
I didn't see that.
That was incredible. I'm gonna rewind slightly so we can see that. That was so good. That was so good. All right, here we go. After it lands, he looks up. Yeah, you can see right there. He's like, "Oh." He's like, "This is very good for me. Thank you so much." Oh my god. Yeah, Mama Climbs in a previous regional got matched up against, I don't know if it's fiance, husband, whatever, but her partner, Valor Ash. He is in this tournament as well, but I think they're in different brackets this time. Yeah.
Oh, I was not aware that they were together.
Yes.
Fun fact.
Yeah. So I found it out from Twitter because they paired against each other in round 2, and then she tweeted at him with the screenshot of them being paired up, and then just said easy claps, and then he ended up winning, and then a bunch of people made jokes about him being on the couch because of it, and I was like, oh, okay, they're together. Gotcha.
Wow.
And then this foul play, it wouldn't KO, but health on the Metacham is nice considering that there are outside of the Sand Slash, there's no super effective fast moves into the Metacham, and you're not bringing a Sand Slash in. I'm sorry, you're just not.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, keeping the Metacham healthy is always gonna be good for him. But she has a shield advantage for Swampert, and the Altaria is not that healthy anymore.
Yeah, it is close to Hydro range. It's not quite Hydro range, I don't think, but it's close. But yeah. And
he kind of needs it to be in Hydro range.
Yeah. And Nakash says, HCB, your team just got me to veteran. That's awesome, Nakash. Which team of HCBs were you running?
Oh, I've gotten I have been on absolute fire. Like, I don't want to talk myself up too much, but like so many people have been telling me, like with different teams in the
That's awesome,
in this
man.
single type cup, that have been having success with my teams.
That's awesome. He said the Umbreon Muck Ninetales team.
Oh, nice. I wasn't too happy about it myself, actually. That team specifically, it didn't do too well for me, but I've had a lot of people like it.
Yeah. I've had those who have a Primarina have enjoyed the Waterfall Primarina team. It's basically just a gamble that people don't run Magnezone because Magnezone is so inflexible against Excadrill.
Yeah, but I think Magnezone always has its time eventually in Master League Premier. I remember I started using it around like halfway through last time, I think in Master League Premier Classic, when the last time that was around. And like people were just using Primarina and Gyarados everywhere, and like Gyarados save swap was just everywhere, and you could just punish them so hard and get so many wins.
It's the pop and it KOs! But she's gonna get farmed down. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Magnezone, like almost every team I saw running today was ABA weak to Magnezone, and eventually people will start running it. And I am also ABA weak to Magnezone. I mean, you're familiar with my team, but the funny thing is they let it. I just shielded 2 wild charges. The waterfalls got it into the red, and then the rule of Master League is every team is weak to Waterfall Primarina. So in the back they had, I think it was Haxorus and Dragonite. So I just double shielded on lead, got all my shields back with the Primarina, and then was just able to win from there.
Wow.
Yeah, it is absurd. Like, it is very good because almost everyone runs weak to it, but it's tough in that if it's an Excadrill, you just lose.
Yes.
All right, and we have, they didn't show us the teams here. All right, can we see the teams, please? Okay. Nighttime Clasher, who made day 2 at one of the previous regionals running Togedemaru. Again, running Togedemaru here. So we have Togedemaru, Shadow Swampert, another Shadow Charizard. Shadow Charizard getting a lot of love today. Shadow Charizard.
And Syria, they're getting a lot of love today.
Yep.
What was the usage stat? Like 28%, and everybody we've seen have just been using them.
Everyone's had it because people are tired of getting swept by Swampert. People are tired of getting swept by Swampert. Altaria, Lickitung, Medicham, and Shadow Mimikyu running triple Shadows. Shadow A-Slash, Shadow Venusaur, Shadow Dragonite, and then Medicham, Lantern, and the Registeel. So I remember you mentioning earlier that Shadow Dragonite was one of the mons that you were potentially looking at as like an interesting mon into the meta, that and the Shadow Charizard. So we will get to see it in action here. It's extremely frail, but when it can hide behind shields, it is incredibly powerful at just mowing through neutral matchups.
Shadow Dragonite with 2 shields is just gonna go through 2.5 Pokemon sometimes. Like, it does so much damage if you can set it up correctly.
Yeah.
Plus, it's very, very nice bench pressure. If you're running something like a Swampert and a Shadow Dragonite in the back, people never know if they need to save shields because because there might be a Swampert in the back, or if they need to spend their shields before because there's a Dragonite at the back, which is just gonna go through you if you save both shields. So there's a lot of play there.
Good lead for Nighttime Clasher here. Altaria into the Medicham, and we see that Shadow Charizard lurking in the back, going for a catch onto the Registeel, answering with the Medicham here. So interestingly enough, choosing not to answer with the Charizard, as Charizard can reliably keep switch as long as, I believe, you switch within 2 turns. You can
win every even shield scenario if you switch within 2 turns, but even if you're a little bit slow, you can still win the like 1s and 2s.
Yeah, and in that way, I mean, you can just shield and then just farm up to 100, and almost nothing wants Shadow Charizard's energy. But Medi here will have to give up a shield. He could honestly give up swap here, and I wouldn't mind the play, because Shadow Dragonite up energy is very scary. He is going to shield here, though. Gets the attack debuff. Will leave with a lot of energy here. I wouldn't mind saving the energy and pivoting back into the Altaria, because, I mean, Mimikyu does have an A-Slash that he could worry about here, but debuffed energy is always awkward.
I think it's always risky to switch lock your Altaria, like pivoting back in just in case there is an Alolan Sandslash, because then they can just overfarm so much for free. So it's always risky to switch lock your Altaria, I think.
True. It's just, yeah. It is uncomfortable due to the fact that, like, Shadow Zard is down a shield, though. Not throwing that Ice Punch is interesting.
This is really not good for Zard.
Yeah. I almost would have, liked to... I guess he's saving the Ice Punch for the Altaria here. But he could have potentially either gotten damage to put it into farm down range or force the shield, because even an Ice Punch does a lot to Shadow Zard. But now it's just Altaria Dragon Breathing down the Dragonite, and Dragonite won't make 2 more claws here. Like, Shadow Dragonite is just too glassy, and then this is one of the matchups where they both have the same typing, and they're both have the same fast move, but Altaria wins this war of attrition. Like we see, it farms down, it leaves with energy. Medi has the Ice Punch here. Altaria gonna go for it. Who actually wins that CMP there? Because Medi didn't click the move. Is it Altaria? I can't remember off the top of my head.
It's Medicham.
It's Medicham. So Medi could have...
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so Medi could have KO'd the Altaria, but then just loses to the Charizard. Okay, so that's why I didn't click it. Gotcha. Sorry. Took me a minute.
I'm a little bit surprised. I think, what's his name? Shadow Mimikyu, or was the guy on the right. He led Medicham and had Registeel in the back against the Charizard team. That is very risky. What do you do if you lead Shadow Charizard?
You just cry a lot. Like in a Ultra, it was in a Ultra, I feel it's safer to run ABA to Shadow Charizard if you're running a Registeel, because Registeel can actually fight back to a certain extent, but in Great, I would never. Like, you just lose.
Like, in Ultra League, Registeel is a Charizard counter.
Yeah.
Like, straight up.
You can actually tank a Blastper in there, even if it's Shadow, which is quite nice. Whereas in Great, you just get evaporated. Because I was for a bit running a Buzzwole Regicore, and yeah, Shadow Zard, I would just have to bring in Reggie and just buckle up. Now we have Shadow Dragonite into the Medicham here, and the nice thing is Dragonite, I mean, you don't really want to CMP here, because if the Medi goes for the extra, then Medi just wins the ones. So I like not going to the CMP here.
Also, it doesn't take it out, so the Medicham would just be able to survive it and still get off the Ice Punch.
In comes the Licky, farm it into Focus Blast range and switch. Yes! Okay! Yes!
Perfect.
Beautiful! Shadow Mimikyu.
This way you get to save all the energy on Dragonite, and you put it into a range where you can Focus Blast it into lock on range and come up with a lot of energy.
Beautiful.
Absolutely
so good.
Perfect.
Yeah. Incredible stuff there. He goes for another Body Slam, but again, you don't care about this. You're saving your shield for Dragonite. Like, Dragonite, with that much energy, like, Nighttime Clasher has a 2-to-1 shield advantage, but it's already like both his shields have been accounted for with the Dragonite's energy. Because he has a Medicham that's taken a lot of damage, and a Togedemaru in the back, that down energy is just going to get flattened by that Dragonite. And now Reggie just gets a beautiful farm down here. Yeah. Everything's looking good for Shadow Mimikyu here. Honestly, I mean, he can send back in the Medi. What I do here is zap and then pivot back into the Dragonite. Don't give Medi energy, because you have the energy lead here. You can probably get the shield back or put it into farm down range, and then just pivot back into the Dragonite to deny the farm. Yup.
Yes, because the Dragonite is not afraid of anything on Nighttime Clash's team.
Yep. Dragonite up this much energy doesn't have counters.
Ooh, I like that no shield actually.
Yeah.
Oh, tries to catch as well.
Oh, but doesn't get the catch in. It's superpower time.
Not living this.
Togedemaru fans, look away. We'll tell you when it's safe. We'll tell you when it's safe. But yeah, I don't care that this is a -1 superpower. Togedemaru is dead. Oh no.
Yes.
Oh,
but now maybe the Medicham can farm down, but no, it cannot. It's too low.
Unfortunate. The 3-ball flex for Shadow Mimikyu. Nicely done.
And also, he didn't have to showcase show his third Pokemon, which is always nice.
Yes.
From a strategic standpoint. Oh.
So game number 3 here. All right, Dragon vs. Dragon. Altaria into the Shadow Dragonite. Dragonite can typically force a shield here. So I think... Oh, Banks Energy sends in the Reggie, and it's met with the Zard. Here we go. Charizard Gaming. And this is big because Shadow Mimikyu. That's just a Focus Blast, but it's within one turn. You have to be so confident in your counts to no-shield this. Yeah, you just shield it.
I actually think this is an advantage for Nighttime Clasher that he gets this over farm instead.
Because he gets to 100 then?
Yeah, because now he can threaten the Dragonite a lot more if he comes in, whereas if he had thrown all of the energy immediately, he might have been able to take out the Registeel, but then he would have been a lot more, like, the Dragonite would have been very, very difficult to face afterwards with no energy. But now he's just going to bring in the Lantern, of course.
Yep. Oh, he went for the Claw, anticipating the Dragonite, but it is the Lantern. Because I believe 2 Shadow Blast Burns comes fairly close to KOing, but he wasn't able to get it. It's a Water Gun Lantern as well. Okay.
You definitely want to go, unless he is throwing this to swap out afterwards to not let him get farmed down. Oh, wow, that shield is, I was not expecting that. Yeah, that makes sense. You definitely want to go Blast Burn.
That's so good. Gets the Moonblast here. Yeah. This is looking so nice. Dragonite is pretty close to a move, so I think you just don't shield the Thunderbolt here. Because you tank the Thunderbolt decently comfortably, and then you'll get so much fast move pressure into this Dragonite.
Yes.
Like, it's red, but watch Dragonite's health disappear, chat. Oh no, Dragonite! Oh no!
I think he's just getting counted down.
Yeah.
Or Wing Attack.
Oh no. Shadow Dragonite is so cool, but man, like it
It just can't take fast move damage, unfortunately.
Yeah. And that's where like the finishing power of Shadow Dragonite in those neutral situations, where Zard with Blast Burn can be a better neutral finisher, whereas ideally for Dragonite, its finishing move is Superpower, but against the Medicham, it can't go for that.
No, it doesn't really have that nuke unless you run Hurricane. But
yeah.
No,
oh my god, it's Battle Bill. All right, Chad. He's the homie, but if he throws out alignment, I'm gonna need exclamation point alignment in chat. He has a command in his Twitch stream for when he throws on alignment.
Really? Does
All
he
right,
do that
Chad.
a lot?
He does, yes. We really try and tell him not to, though. We're like, Bill, please don't throw an alignment. All right, so Bill has Medicham, Registeel, Shadow A9, Shadow Swampert, Licky, and Altaria. PDX Dragon, Registeel, Shadow A/, the Swampert, the Altaria, the Sableye, and the Medi. So again, double Altarias, chat. Double Altarias. Fleek says he still hasn't unbanned me, Omega Low. Nah, Cold Hard Cash. That's evil, bro. That's evil, bro. Nah, that's evil. Oh my god.
No.
The thing is, Capitalize, if it's a well thought out ABA, then you have a game plan. The game plan for this ABA was I die if I see a Swampert or a Medicham, and he brought both.
I mean, Sableye could have handled the Medicham if he had saved up the Medicham, but yeah, Swampert.
True.
Also,
Yeah.
Medicham in the lead, like Registeel does do. I think you can run ABA weak to Medicham if you're leading Registeel because you win the zero shields, or like close to. You make it close, so you can just bring it in farm range for something else, and then you're not having the Medicham on a potential loaded sensors in the back. But ABA weak to Swampert with Sableye?
It's uncomfortable. Also, Joe Ma asks, explain your plan for a Charm lead on the Donphan team. That depends if it's Shadow Charm. If it's Shadow Charm, I can only get one Body Slam, but that Body Slam is typically enough to force a shield. If it's non-Shadow Charm, if you throw on good timing, you'll be able to make 2 Body Slams, which is enough to force a shield, and then you send in Muck up a shield in either situation. So it's uncomfortable, but you can at least force shield advantage. Whereas in that situation, if he just leads into a Swampert, he dies. And we saw he got swept. I'm fully expecting an overcorrect from PDX to bring the Altaria here. So honestly, if your build, you just bent the Swampert now and just run like A9 Reggie and just try and extremely punish the Altaria we know is coming?
Because that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense to bench the Swampert, although the Swampert still has a lot of play. Yeah, if you're like, he pretty much has to bring the Altaria. So yeah, it makes sense to bench the Swampert, I think.
Or either that, or bring the Swampert, but run it on like as a lead or a closer, and then just run very strong to the Altaria, because you know the Altaria is coming. You know it's coming. So.
But that's when some players might, or some people might be like, I know that you know the Altaria is coming. So I'm not bringing it. You never know.
I know that you know that I know, so I'm gonna run ABA Steel with Sableye again.
If he runs ABA Steel again, no. Please don't.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, please no ABA Steel. The World Championship is in August, and we're gonna see our good friend Mr. Human Catcherbug competing there, which is gonna be awesome.
Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait to go to Japan.
So, and then the second reason why I brought him on stream today is that we're actually excited to announce that one of the 6 Pokemon that he's bringing is in fact Armaldo.
You know what's really fun that you're making like a lot of fun with Armaldo? I just got a rank 2 Shadow Armaldo right before the event finished.
Oh, great lead for PDX here. The save switch Swampert. He has the Altaria. He's not switching. Bill didn't Hydro Cannon, and now the foul play is deployed. I have many questions.
This is such an evil strategy, because now he's gonna swap into Altaria after
the shield. But I am.
Why are you not swapping?
There we go. There we go. I am slightly surprised that Bill didn't throw the Hydro right away. Maybe he was watching for a catch, but if he throws a Hydro, he could stall the clock and maybe save the Swampert, whereas now he can't at all.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised as well that PDX Dragon stayed in to throw the foul play, because you really don't need to. You can actually just bring in the Altaria, I think, in the Great Lead. If you bring it in, you can farm the Swampert all the way down without having to expend a shield.
Spadoid, in the most polite way possible, how the fuck did you read that? Spadoid in chat said before this battle, he's gonna run ABA weak to Fairy. And true to form, he ran ABA weak to Fairy.
Really?
Yeah. Spadoid had a very high placement at, what regionals was it? It was one of the South American regionals. I think it was Sao Paulo she made day 2.
Oh, nice. Those are not on stream, right? Because I don't think I've seen any of the Latin American.
Yeah, it was streamed, but not on the official channel. Oh, catches the Focus Blast.
Nice catch.
Yeah. It doesn't. Honestly, I mean, doesn't.
This is just. Yeah. This is just the hardest RPS you can face.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate there. no glorious Swampert sweep this time because PDX brought the Altaria. But now the question is, does Bill overcorrect and lead the A9 into the Reggie that PDX is going to lead game 3? Because PDX might go back to his Reggie lead strat. How do you catch versus a Reggie? It's 15 turns to a Focus Blast, 16 to a Zap Cannon, and you can often catch by counting your own moves. Like, let's say you have a Medicham. If you throw 7 counters, then they'll be 1 away, and then you can wait a turn and catch the Focus Blast if you want to. Bill gets the farm down, leading with all the energy in the world, but yeah. Unfortunate, not gonna happen there. Kimmy did qualify for Worlds, yes.
I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Battle Bill safe swap Swampert once again. He just made, like, he did so much damage with Swampert in game 1, so it was kind of obvious that PDX Dragon would...
PDX had to bring the Altaria.
Yeah, he had to, like do something about the potential Swampert farm, safe swap.
Yep.
And then he safe swap Swampert once again, which I think is a little bit surprising.
I don't think we'll see this safe switch Swampert again. I think we'll see the Swampert, but I think after getting hard punished by the ult, I think he's gonna... he might run it as like a closer, maybe? But I don't think we'll see it safe swapped again.
Does he have a potential pivot? Can he maybe safe swap like a Sableye or something to lure out the...
He doesn't have a Sableye? Yeah, he doesn't have a Sableye. He has Licky. Licky's, but I mean, Licky could be answered by the Reggie, unfortunately.
Licky is not. Licky actually has a pretty neutral matchup with Altaria, so I don't think maybe Medicham, but it's just so risky because PDX Dragon has Sableye.
RPS stands for Rock Paper Scissors. It basically means a match that was decided on alignment rather than skill. Hope that helps, Dan. Also, sorry, I probably should have said that I was answering a question there. Sorry. Yes. Henry explaining to a world's qualifier human catcher bug what RPS is.
I appreciate it, Henry. I appreciate it.
No. Oh no. All right. Let's see this here. I'm scared to fast forward because I feel like it's going to be in the middle of the game. You know what? I'm going to do it. Not in the middle of the game. Okay, here we go. Game 3. Oh, it's the Swampert into the Altaria. No. Save switch Medicham, but there's no Sableye. I mean, to be fair, Medi still loses switch here, but this is uncomfortable for PDX because PDX, like, this desyncs the clocks.
Yeah, because he kind of has to stay in here, and like the Medicham can do quite a lot of damage to the Altaria.
If he can catch an Ice Punch onto his own Medi, he would be in a pretty nice situation here. Because he has got enough chip that it's approaching Psychic range after the Dragon Breath. Catch the Ice Punch on... Yes! Oh, I promise I haven't seen this, chat. I promise I haven't seen this.
Wow. It seems like you are cheating.
I swear. I swear I didn't see it. I swear I didn't see it. I just knew that he had to save the Altaria for the Swampert or he was getting swept. CMP.
But he also has Swampert for the Registeel in the back. This is looking really bad for Battle Bill.
Bill does win CMP there, which is very helpful for him.
I like the potential undercharge. I don't think he is undercharging enough though.
Yeah. Cross my heart, chat. I have not seen this game. Ice Punch there. I don't care for the shield.
I hate this play. Your Swampert is dead. Like,
yeah, exactly. Your only hope of winning this game is your Registeel with a shield advantage. Your Swampert's HP is already spoken for by Altaria just murdering you. Like, this is just zeros, and Swampert from PDX lives a focus. Oh, and it's a regular Swampert. Yeah, it's curtains. If he if he had a shield advantage here and correctly shielded an Earthquake, he can win this game. I mean, to be fair, PDX would just go triple Hydro, just because he needs the damage. But still, like, he has a better shot with the shield there.
Yeah, you need to, like, once you lead into, like, have such a bad lead with Swampert against an Altaria, you are trying to set up your back Pokemon with a shield advantage.
Yeah,
it is already dead.
Yep, exactly. Also, chat, Hand on my heart. I promise I haven't seen this fucking match. I just knew he had to save the Altaria or he was getting swept like game 1. All right. Unfortunate for Bill.
But at least there were,
RPS. Ooh,
I don't think
Accent
there
up
were
next.
any... Lyle Jeffs is also a leaderboarder that I'm facing quite a lot.
Lyle is so good. Lyle, chat, if you guys watched the Golden Go video, I lost to Lyle in that video. Lyle is very good at what he does.
When he's using Charizard. Love to see it.
Oh, he does. And Axen is Dugong. I love it. I love it.
What is the point of this?
All right,
Dugong.
So he has Reggie, Noctowl, Dugong, Medi, the Noctowl. Sorry, I am scrambled with my words. All right, Axen, Reggie, Noctowl, Dugong, Medi, Sableye, Shadow Swampert, Lyle, Shadow Venusaur, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, the Shadow Charizard. I always love a good Shadow Charizard. I mean, to be fair, I was like, it's a Pokemon, and then I saw you just destroy everything with it, and I'm like, okay, this thing looks incredible. I have to try this. So unironically, me building and like running a Shadow Charizard in the Great League was in large part just due to the fact that seeing how well you played it made me realize like what it can do. Because yes, it's frail, but in the right hands, it's just absurdly strong. And then he also has the Medi, the Lantern, and the Galarian Stunfisk.
This is a tough one to call, really. I don't think with like the Registeel has a good matchup against the Alolan Ninetales, but other than that, it's looking very tough.
Reggie?
The Venusaur might have quite a lot of play. Shadow Venusaur.
Like if you can get Venusaur shield advantage, it does very well into Axen's team.
Especially because Lyle Jeff's team is set up to really pressure the flying types because he has 3 flying counters.
Yep.
So the Noctowl is going to be very difficult to bring. And although the Dugong does win the 2 shields against the Shadow Venusaur, it's not the best matchup in the world.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see some Shadow Venusaur action. But as always, if you look at a team and think Axen is behind or is gonna struggle, he's gonna pull out some magic and not struggle at all.
Yeah.
That is the general rule.
All right,
and
game number 1. We see a... Well, let's check Lyle's fast move here. Is it Powder Snow? It's Charm. So Noctowl wins the 2s here, I believe, against Charm Ninetales.
I actually think it can win every even shield scenario.
Ooh, good to know. Yo, aim it with the 5-bomb. Much appreciated, dude. I would say my favorite anti-meta Pokemon is probably Kyurem. I really like Kyurem. Ooh.
Oh, throwing an alignment.
Yeah, a rare alignment throw from Lyle there. We see the pivot into the Zard. Oh man, Zard up energy. All it does is cause problems. In comes the Swampert. Swampert is very behind on energy here.
I think he can just go straight Blast Burn. Oh no, I don't think he actually. No, he needs 4. He needs 4 wing attacks to go straight Blast Burn.
And the damage! Do you shield this? Okay, Lyle. Oh my goodness. Axen best buddies all of his Pokemon that he uses in regionals, and I think that's actually a very cool touch.
Oh, Lyle Jeff could definitely overfarm more here.
He could. Axen shields though. Axen shields. So he has to know the Zard is play. Clock is up. He can leave. He's looking to leave and does leave. Okay. And the snipe. He doesn't get the sky attack. He threw it too late.
But that's actually a good thing because now he can farm this down. Come up with energy.
Yeah. Now he gets energy.
If he'd thrown the sky attack, that would have been really bad.
And then he has to bring in. I don't think the Zard has enough energy to outpace the Reggie, so I think he'll have to bring in the Venu. And then Axen just always has to try and have residual here.
Yes.
Okay.
But Reggie still does win the 0 shields here.
Okay. So the question will be, I think I think Zard has one wing attack.
I think Lyle Jeff should probably throw at a time where his switch timer comes up right after to like be able to pressure action. Oh, that's a pretty difficult thing to explain properly. Sorry.
To pressure him into throwing then, so then he can outpace with the Venusaur.
Sorry, I lost. But yeah, Axon has to throw here, and now he's not going to be able to get to a move on the Charizard.
We did,
Charizard
Brian,
just...
yes. A Bill was what was the previous match, and then I mean he could just claw here now.
Yes. But that's the difficult thing when the opponent, even if you just have the Charizard as bench pressure, you cannot shield anything. Like Axon going down the shield and then Lyle swapping in the Charizard is just going to be able to pressure so much. So Axon always has to be so wary of shielding basically anything, just in case there's a Charizard in the back, because he doesn't have a hard answer to it.
All right, game number 2. Shadow Venusaur into the Sableye here. They have identical pacing, so I believe we were mentioning earlier this comes down to CMP, and it looks like a non-attack weighted Sableye, so Venusaur should have the upper hand here. Axon knows. Ooh, Axon lives it on 1. Wow. Okay.
This guy is next level. Again, he's expecting the Charizard. He knows he cannot go down a shield.
Aggressive switch into the Zard, but it's met with the Dugong. Okay. So basically just anticipating the Charizard switch in, he's baiting.
He's gonna no-shield this. Oh, I thought he was gonna no-shield this.
Oh my
I thought
goodness.
he was gonna read this. Because you always bait the first move against Dugong.
Yes. But the issue is that a Shadow Blast Burn almost one-shots Dugong when it's not debuffed. So yeah, you always bait versus Dugong, but it's super uncomfortable. Like, I love Dugong, and Shadow Charizard is the only flying type I have a bad day against, because it's just so oppressive. It is open Great League, yes.
But also, he gets a lot of fast move damage off onto this Charizard. So he's gonna leave it low at this point. But I think the Charizard will still be able to get... Oh, I thought he could shield this.
I'm not in love with the decision to let it go. Just because you're gonna... Like, I do like the no-shield, though. Like, saving the shield matters because there's... Oh, he tried for it! He waited. He tried to go for the catch. Great patience by Lyle there. Wow. Oh,
I love that attempt with the wait a turn, because when you have a 2-turn move, you always throw like 1 and then go for it.
The snipe with the Venu. And Venu makes him move versus Reggie, and that puts it into Earthquake range. Yo, aiming with the 10 bomb. I appreciate you, dude. No, so for getting extra candy, the biggest thing is Go Battle Day is a really good way to get candy, man, because you can get rare candy from winning in Go Battle League and also just equipping it as your buddy. He's zapping here, just hoping for a debuff, but even with the debuff, it's not going to save him.
So what we've learned here is that Axon's kryptonite is Shadow Charizard.
Yep.
That is a very exciting thing to learn.
Also, Kaiser said, oh my goodness. Human catcher bug.
He lifts it?
Oh, he lived it! Oh, he doesn't get there! No! I didn't think he'd live it! Oh my goodness. Also, a human catcher bug. I thought that was going to KO, so I looked elsewhere. But right now, we have over 5,000 concurrent viewers watching us do this right now. That's craziness.
Is that not the... Like, what is your usual viewer count?
My usual for doing Go Battle streams, I would say, is like, depending on the day, anywhere between 3 to 450, but over 500 is crazy, man. And if you haven't checked out Human Catcher Bug yet, he posts really good climbing teams. I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again because people come and go. You can click on the title of this stream, and there's going to be a link. Just click on his name in the title, and it'll pull up. Yo, what's up, Eamon?
I appreciate you.
I appreciate the donos, man. Have a good one. As long as it clears copyright, Ethan, yes. Also, I mean, Twitch has more. Don't get me wrong, Twitch has more, and that's where most of the people watch. But we do currently have more viewers than the official Pogo stream on the Pokemon YouTube channel. Twitch has more, but
Dude, they should make you the caster for the official.
oh, that would be a dream. That would be a
Like
dream.
that people would actually watch the official stream instead of watching you cast it.
I really want that to happen. Do we have Crimson up next? We have Crimson up next, and he's running Whimsicott. Okay. So Crimson
that's amazing.
famously got 4th place in, I think it was the Indiana regionals last cycle, and then hasn't really been able to replicate the success. But he's in round 3 here. He is looking to get another medal here. I fucking love Crimson, man. What an entertainer. He's running Whimsicott, Dunsparce, Shadow A9, Medicham, Shadow Charizard, and Shadow Swampert, and Zimikid is running Stunfisk, Shadow Sableye, Shadow A9, Frostlass, Surfetched, and Lantern. 2 trainers thinking outside the box. Let's go. I'm excited.
That is... Those are some very fun teams. Shadow Alola Ninetales mirror match. I was not expecting to see that. Shadow Sableye as well.
Like, Shadow Sable is better into the Owl, but Crimson doesn't have one. He has the Zard. And, like, the Shadow Sableye is glassy enough that, like, after some wing attacks, like, Dragon Claw kind of gets uncomfy. But taking a look at it again, that Whimsicott. Hold on.
Greater than
The Whimsicott into the Sable fetched Lantern trio is kind of nice. And it also depends on Ninetales' fast move. Whimsicott doesn't do well into the Fisk, but it actually has some play here.
I think the Whimsicott just gets farmed down by Shadow Sableye and 2 shields.
Oh, it does? Oh, wow. Good to know. Good to know.
I think like the Shadow Claws do so much damage to Whimsicott. That's another one. Like the Dene and Whimsicott are 2 Pokemon where on paper they have some very good matchups, but in reality, like you have to bait a lot of the time.
Yeah, I will say I'm a bigger believer in Whimsicott than Dedenne, but I am in agreement where it is a bit more of a the word's escaping me, a like sim monster than anything.
Yeah. No, it doesn't get farmed down by Sableye, but if you're not running Seed Bomb on Whimsicott, you lose the 2 shields against the Shadow Sableye because you lose CMP and they pace at the same time.
Ooh.
But I think Dunsparce is a good Pokemon because Surface is very difficult to bring for Simic with Whimsicott, Charizard, and Medicham and Alola Ninetales. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Surfetch, so Dunsparce is looking very good against this team. Also, the rollout buff giving Dunsparce the 0 shields against Lantern because 2 drill runs is enough.
That is very nice. And I believe it helps. I can't remember which shielding scenario. He's on powder snow.
Yeah, I think Charm A9 would be quite good, but I just don't want to see Charm.
Swamp into fetched.
Ooh.
Okay.
That is a good-looking Surfetched.
And it's a shiny too. That is the Brave Bird here, which is nice. But yeah, I mean, Fetched does very well here. Let's take a peek at what he has in the back. He has, oh, that sparse in the back is looking scary. But of course, the uncomfortable thing is that Swamp outpaces here to the next charge move because it's 5-4, whereas the Duck is straight 5.
Yes.
So if
but I
you're
think the Duck can just farm down, and
Yep.
Crimson can't really swap
Oh, the
out.
catch! I don't mind that.
But he can't really bring in the stun spars because then he's gonna leave it in farm range afterwards for the Surfetched. This is quite tough. He has to overfarm a lot and come out with a drill run to threaten the Surfetched.
Alignment. He was anticipating CMP. Oh man. Yeah, Sir. Yes, Sir does win 2s, but in that case, you would just have to go down a shield. And I don't think he wanted to go down a shield. Maybe seeing ghosts of a possible Charizard in the back for Crimson, and he didn't want to give up all his shields.
Yeah, that would make sense. How much does a drill run do to a Surfetched? I don't think it's...
Probably puts it deep red is my guess.
But he is one away from the Leaf Blade, right? So he has to throw immediately.
Yep. Oh, doesn't throw it! And now this is awkward, because, I mean, you can give up a shield, but it's Medi into Ninetales in the back, and if it's Powder Snow, up a shield, Medi wins that. The Duck leaves with so much... Please.
Come on.
All I want for Christmas is to see this Brave Bird land. Throw it. Come on. Oh, he caught it! He caught it! You are lying to me! He caught the Brave Bird! No! What a... Oh, but it's Charm! It's Charm!
But the Psychic is
But
gonna
the
do so
Psychic
much.
should... Yeah, the Psychic will get a deep red. I think he can counter down here. It should be 3 counters to the knockout. Yup!
Yes. But the Surfetched is gonna come in and counter him down. So he wins it anyways.
Oh my, dude!
I mean, you did say that all you wanted was to see the Brave Bird land. You didn't say on
I
which
didn't
Pokemon.
specify! I messed up, chat. I messed up.
But I'm not gonna lie. I would have loved to see a Brave Bird land on that Medicham.
Oh,
Does
that
it
would have been
actually
great.
Take it out?
So he has Charm. Charm means the Whimsicott is safer into Zimikid's team. Because
Do you know how much damage a Brave Bird does to a Medicham?
from a Surfetched, I'm gonna say 92.5. Just guessing.
99.2.
Oh, okay.
That would have been so
Glorious.
beautiful.
That would have been glorious. I figured it was just shy of a one shot. Yo, what's up, Drip Lemon? Yeah, we have Human Catcher Bug himself in the house, watching some. Honestly, they've been some extremely entertaining battles so far. I have loved it.
I mean, I love the fact that people are running so much Shadow Charizard when I'm part of the casting team.
Very true. All right.
Oh.
Uncomfortable, but Frostlass up energy does well. Oh, he sends in the Swampert. That's very interesting because I believe if a Hydro lands, I don't think Swampert ever... Does Swampert ever get the Mud Shot down if it's Shadow?
I think it might. In the
Okay.
twos, yes. It's IV dependent.
Okay.
So
But yeah, if I'm Zimikid
But
here,
he did
I'm just
also-
no
he
shielding
got-
this because you can force him to throw his energy again, and then you just get big energy on Duck, and then you can just bird him because it's all about just leveraging advantages here. Duck one shields farms down and leaves with enough energy to threaten a bird on the Medi, and then you have shield advantage endgame. I feel like this is possible.
yes, this is a very good strategy
Yeah.
for sure. He might even go for the leaf.
Oh.
I would have definitely preferred the farm down
The
here.
farm, yeah. I would have preferred the farm as well because you give up a shield, but then you can get it into the... Like, you can get all shields down for the opponent here. In comes the Medi, in comes the Ninetales, but now it's just met with the Sparse. I still think there's a lot of play for Zimikid here if he just leverages the Surfetched. I wouldn't personally.
He has to be able to get to a leaf blade and a brave bird.
Plus a brave bird. Yep. I do like the no shield here. Just basically just putting it all on the. I think he's gonna undercharge this, and I think Crimson's gonna stop tapping. Oh, he doesn't undercharge it. That limits the amount of free farm he can get.
Crimson can come out with a lot of energy here if he farms down. This is really bad for Simikid. This is like, because he's not getting the farm.
Oh, he threw the move. That is just strictly better for Zimikid, because Zimikid gets a counter without taking any damage, because the rollout won't register. Oh, I don't think he's going to have enough HP.
Yeah, he doesn't get there.
No, dude. Oh, no. This is why you had... I'm heartbroken. Crimson's like, wait, my counter went through.
Oh, we don't get to see a brave bird land.
Yeah. In that situation there, yeah. Giving back the shield advantage in exchange for energy, I feel was the safer play there. Because that way you can get the shields down, and then shields down, or like the 1-0s is where Surf Edge does its best work.
I think Surf Edge just needs there to not be a shield on the opposing side.
Yeah.
So, like, all get energy, because he just, otherwise you just get farmed down like this situation. So he needed to grab the shield or get some energy instead of expending all the energy on Swampert. So, expending his shield and coming out with energy would have been a lot more valuable, or giving him play.
Yeah, Bill battled earlier on a CCB. All right, next matchup, we have Iron Man versus Lugia Master, Stunfisk, Medicham, Noctowl, another Shadow A-Slash. We have the Azu, and we have the Sableye, and Lugia Master rocking the Shadow Swamp, Shadow A9. Sorry, the Shadow Swamp, Shadow A-Slash, the new version of that core, and then the pretty standard Noctowl, Reggie, Medi, Sableye here. So we have dueling A-Slashes, but for the water, Iron Man opted for the Azu instead of the Swampert, which does leave his team softer to the Registeel from Lugia Master.
I think the Shadow Swamp at Safe Swap is looking good from Lugia Master.
That makes sense. Iron Man doesn't have like a hard check like we've seen throughout a lot of the day. Altaria be that hard check, but obviously Iron Man doesn't have it. He opted for the Noctowl. But yeah, that makes quite a bit of sense. I could see it answered by either the Azu or the Medi, but down energy, that's still not the most comfortable ever.
Yeah, Sumeru doesn't really like Shadow Swampert if you can't call the moves correctly.
Yeah.
It quickly becomes very difficult. And you beat the Noctowl in the zeros, of course. And of course, you can threaten the Earthquake and Medicham.
Absolutely. Like, that'll probably be what Iron Man will have to try and do. But yeah, Swampert up energy without something to wall it is very, very rough.
But I think it's another case of Azumarill is looking good, as long as it doesn't run into the Registeel. Also, the Alolan Sandslash is not ideal, but the Registeel is really bad.
It'll be interesting to see. Pogo does use open team sheet, Kairos, yes. Yep, so they exchange papers ahead of time. They do not have... Wait, I think they... Do they have a movesets on there? I think they do have movesets, right?
No. To my knowledge, they still don't.
Okay.
It's something we've been... a lot of the community have been trying to say that it's unfair because the people on stream get their moves revealed for the entire world to see. Whereas some people, if they don't have the move revealed for just everybody, some people can just run a pop Medicham where they've seen that the other person is running pop Medicham or whatever.
That makes sense.
So they can give an unfair advantage. So we've been trying to tell them, a lot of people have been trying to tell them that it gives an unfair advantage or an unfair disadvantage to have been on stream because your moves have been showcased.
Gotcha.
But
that makes sense.
I still don't think they have made the moves available now, to my knowledge.
So Pokemon are available, but moves are not. That is a really good distinction. Thank you for the heads up. All right. Also, wow, tomorrow is July. Okay, this month went by quickly.
What do you mean tomorrow?
Oh,
it's already July here.
Oh, happy July!
Thank you. I can actually play Go Battle League right now, or Go Battle
Ooh,
League.
all 20 sets. All right, great lead for Iron Man here. We're gonna see the Reggie save switch, and we do not see the Medicham being brought by Iron Man, so he doesn't have a good response to Lugia Master's Ready Steel save switch.
Oh, but you can bring in Stunfisk after grabbing the shield.
We are going to see the Zap Cannon deployed here. If this lands, this puts Sableye into a manageable range for the Medicham later. He does have a secondary Medicham counter in the Noctowl, but Lugia Master's team is designed to bait out the Fist to free up the Owl to sweep, and that's exactly what it just did. Yes, Shizomi, the movesets are locked for the entire tournament. Human Catcher Bug is European, yes. If he wants to elaborate more than that, he can, but I have figured that it's not revealing any personal information to reveal a continent.
Oh no, I'm certainly not British, but sometimes my accent does become a little bit British for some reason. I sometimes just start talking with different accents. Because we have a... I don't mind revealing that I'm from Denmark because I know it's public knowledge, but yeah.
Got you, yeah.
We have a very,
I typically go by, like, for Americans, I will just say, like, America, but obviously countries are a lot smaller in Europe, so I'll just go by European, and if people want to elaborate, they can, yeah. It is 20 sets per day for both days, Blu-ray guys, so 40 sets total. Am I British? My dad is actually born and raised British, and like my grandparents on my dad's side were obviously British, so I like got to visit them a couple times, and actually got to visit them right before COVID hit. So my dad has like a British accent and everything. He met my mom when she was studying abroad in England, and then they ended up moving back here. So I have British ancestry, but I am not British, nor do I have an accent. It'd be very cool if I had an accent. Be better than sounding American all the damn time, but sadly no.
I feel like when you when you don't speak English as like your main language, you kind of pick up from like different TV shows. That's where I've been learning most of my English, from like games and TV shows. So you kind of pick up the accents from like American TV shows or British TV shows. So sometimes I just say different words, like different accents. Because that's where I've been learning them from. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
Honestly, I will say I have only ever spoken one language my entire life, and I'm pretty sure you speak English as well as I do, and you speak multiple languages. So your English is phenomenal, man.
Oh, thank you.
And there, Iron Man actually overfarmed by one. He could have. Sorry, a Lugia Master overfarmed. Sorry, Iron Master overfarmed by one and played to a CMP tie that he did not win. So he could have thrown and gotten damage off on the Owl, but it looks like Sableye is going to be able to clutch it anyway.
Wait, was that actually... I thought I saw the G-Fisk win a CMP against Medicham, but I thought that I was just seeing things. I see someone in chat writing that the G-Fisk actually won a CMP against Medicham.
Yeah, I was distracted, chat. Let me take a look here.
Because that is most certain. I know I have a friend, I'm not going to name him because he would absolutely hate me if I did it. I have a friend who has an attack-weighted G-Fisk to the point where he is beating Medichams in CMPs.
Yup, it did! And that's not lag. It just, yeah, it just straight up beat it. Yeah, he is running a Giga attack weight Stunfisk. That's cool.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is a Saturday and Sunday, Yuri. Yeah. That was wild. All right, I'm gonna fast forward us to game number 2 here. Spadoid. It is both, says Squipidalian. It's both Saturday and Sunday. All right, let's see this chat. Oh, we are in a game that's already started. Okay. All right, productions. So it looks like Owl lead. Oh, it looks... both
okay, so it was a Swampert into Owl, and then he's counter-swapped his Sableye onto a Registeel.
Got you. All right, thank
you.
So
he didn't have a risk, but wait, he has a Stunfisk.
Yeah. He has a Stunfisk, chose not to bring it in, maybe anticipating that Lugia Master is trying to bait out the Fisk. And that there's the Owl as the third, which there is.
Yeah, but he's not going to be able to win this.
Yeah, because he already got a debuff, he's down a shield, he's just in a very uncomfortable position here, and Lugia Master Looks like, I mean, he's just going to let this go as well.
Okay, if Lugia Master lets it go, then he can, of course, keep
Yeah.
switch advantage.
So
But the Swampert up energy or up shields is
because
gonna be scary.
yeah, it is the Shadow Swampert, which means it is going to be two-shotting the... But Sableye has to throw here due to the debuff. He can't farm down. Yeah, he is.
And now
that's so
now
good for
the-
Swampert.
Now the Swampert is just gonna farm down the Sableye.
Yep. Oh, that debuff just makes that matchup punishingly unfun. Oh, the Swampert has so much energy too. We missed that. Oh, he does get the last second foul play there. But he can very easily get that shield back because he has 2 Hydros and that 2 shots Owl.
Yes.
Owl, I think Owl banked a move though, so maybe he catches. Oh, nice.
Oh, that's nice. He knows that his Swampert up energy or up heals is just gonna be so good into Iron Man's team, just in general. So playing
And
this
then,
strategy where he's just like maximizing energy and Swampert, sacrificing everything else.
I love,
makes a lot of sense.
I love rebanking a move there. That's nice.
Yes. If he can, I think it would have potentially been nice for him to put the wing attack the Noctowl into a range where
Rock Slide
Rock Slide
range?
would have been enough.
Gotcha. Yeah, because he'll definitely need 2 here. Yeah. It's a fair point. Yeah, because, like, as the Fisk, that has to be an incredibly unfun health range where you are never mud-shotting this down. But
yeah, and you can't really take it out because like then you're
Swampert
not getting
farm,
to an earthquake. But the Swampert already has 100 energy, so it's not getting like
it's not getting any extra at least, and the Fisk should at least make a Rock Slide. Granted, that's the easiest no shield of Swampert's life. Yeah, so Swampert just has to throw. Owl should have this because he had to throw, and Owl still has a shield. So Iron Man should have this game won.
I don't think he had to throw. I don't think he had to throw on the Stunfish. Couldn't he have just found down? He could have taken a Rock Slide. I think he could have found down.
Yeah. Because
But yeah, the Noctowl just has so much energy now.
Steven, with that team, you would just save switch Gyarados. Yeah, I think he had to try and commit to the farm down because his only play was leaving with 100 to try and keep up with the pacing of Iron Man with all that stored energy. But yeah, Iron Man takes it 2-0.
That is why, like, when you have 100 energy, it's nice to sometimes get rid of some of it so that you can, like, so that you could have farmed down the Stunfisk later on and gotten even more energy because the farm down would have just given him, like, more than 100 energy. Like, he would just overloaded on energy way too much. So if he had gotten rid of some of the energy by throwing at the Noctowl a little bit earlier, he could have farmed down the Stunfisk later on and come out with even more energy. Instead of just saving 100 energy.
All right, we have two homies of mine here. So I'm gonna just be a neutral commentator because I like both of them. We got Rise to the occasion again. Human Catcher Bug getting a lot of value out of scouting some of future Japan opponents here.
Yes, they're all using my Pokemon. What the hell?
You made it look too good.
Oh, god damn it! Do you know how cool it is to have a Pokemon? Like, you know how when you sort custom threats on PvPoke when you're in the team builder, like there is like this Great League meta you can set it by, so it suggests all of the like meta Pokemon for Open Great League.
Yeah.
Beforehand, before I won in Liverpool, there was no Shadow Charizard on that like Great League meta, like it wasn't included. But right after he included the Shadow Charizard as like a Great League meta Pokemon. That's like so cool.
That's awesome. All right, Rise, no ice type from Rise. He's instead going for Shadow Swampert, Shadow Charizard, Altaria, Medi, Reggie, and Licky. And we see Kevin does have the Owl to potentially shut down the Licky save switch. Owl, Reggie, Shadow A/Shadow Swamps. So he is running the Water Ice Core and then the Medi and Sableye here.
The very standard team. The most common team in Open Great League right now. But I like the Shadow Charizard, Shadow Swampert core from Rise. Once
Yeah.
again, Shadow Swampert, there's not really a good check to it. The best checks being Noctowl and Medicham, but up energy, you can definitely do a lot with Shadow Swampert as a safe swap or as a closer. Shadow Charizard with energy is also gonna be able to do a lot of damage, so he can really go either way. It's tough to use both of them on the same team because they both kind of require 2 shields. But it's gonna be interesting to see. I think he's gonna try and set up one of them with 2 shields and a lot of energy.
Yeah, like Kevin's team is very soft into an energy advantage, shield advantage, Shadow Zard. So if he just plays to that, then that should be good for at least 1 win out of the best of 3.
Yes, Swampert can do the same thing, really.
Yeah. Yo, what's
By the
up,
way,
Sceptile?
Nice to see Rice with the new trim.
Yeah.
He kind of looks
fair
like
point.
a different person. He kind
Fair
of looks like a
point.
different person.
The fresh
He's always
cut.
had like the same hairstyle. I feel.
Yeah.
Like I've been watching him for years. It kind of looks weird.
Very nice. All right. They're making notes here. This should be a great battle. Shadow Charizard lead into the Sableye. Now, Sableye does output a lot of fast move pressure here. Zard is able to outpace to the Claw, of course, but Claw doesn't threaten as much as a Blast Burn. So we are going to see the early shield from the Shadow Charizard. Taking a peek at the backlines here, we have dueling Registeels and a Sand Slash from Kevin and a Lickitung. Oh, he is full sending here. Because Dragon Claw, I think Dragon Claw might leave it on 1. Kevin calls it, and the Blast Burn KOs. My guess is we're going to see Kevin sending in the Slash here. Slash has nice fast move pressure to farm this down, and Slash up energy is a bit uncomfortable. He should bring in the Licky, because at the very least, he takes no fast move pressure from Licky, but it's going to end up Reggie versus Reggie in the back. Kevin's immediately looking to pivot. Sends in the Reggie.
But this is not nice.
But yeah, Reggie up energy is so awkward here. Caught the Zap Cannon! Oh my! Okay. Okay.
But he's not really gonna get a lot out of the energy on Lickitung, I don't think.
Unfortunately
but,
not,
nice
yeah, but gets the debuff. I like the catch, but he's still in... Ooh.
But because he waited so long to bring in the Registeel, now he's just getting outpaced to another move, and he's just gonna get outpaced to the next one as well.
Exactly.
He needed to swap it earlier.
1 turn behind. Yeah. He is perpetually 1 turn behind. Yeah, and then if you're Kevin, I mean, protecting your Reggie is incredibly comfortable here.
Yes.
And then he should outpace by 1 singular turn.
Or
wait,
just
it was
the CMP.
Okay, but Kevin wins CMP.
And the Lickitung is not going to be able to take out the Reggie before it gets to another Focus Blast, so... This is not ideal.
Yeah, this is tough. Zard off, like, I like Zard, but it feels like it fits that sweeper, or like if you get a shield advantage, then safe switch it. Like, it loves being ahead on things. Going for the Power Whip, it does slightly more, but I still don't think it's going to KO.
I kind of like it as
actually is pretty soft Disable in the back. Like Sableye, he kind of has to stay in here, but Swamp can do well at forcing shields.
He can just win this matchup and then get
Yeah.
Medicham onto the Sun Slash. It's not a problem.
If Kevin calls this Hydro, I'm pretty sure he lives this. If I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
but the Mud Shots should be able to take out the Sableye afterwards.
Yes.
So he can shield this Rise and then come out with a lot of energy.
Fair point. Fair point. I was thinking in terms of like being down a shield is rough with the Zard, but as you mentioned, Zard isn't the only sweeper on this team. Swampert is also a sweeper, and now it has a massive energy lead where Swampert can now get that shield back from either of the two Pokemon. I guess he could bring in the Slash and try for a catch onto the Owl. No, okay. He just sends in the Owl here. But I mean, two Shadow Hydros basically one shot here.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah. It is like you would need, I think, is it like 4 mud shots, I want to say? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think Kevin should realize that because Rise is staying in with Swampert, he has another response to a Alolan Senseless in the pack.
And there's the Medicham. Oh no.
If Kevin had shielded the Noctowl and come out with a lot of energy, he might have been able to sweep in the back with Noctowl.
Yeah. But he trusted in the A-Slash, and the A-Slash didn't do it.
I'm telling you, when people are running Alolan Senslash, people love to shield their Alolan Senslash. Like, always bait the Alolan Senslash.
Good to
and
know.
And of course, after I've said this, I am never baiting an Alolan Senslash ever again. That is like the most difficult thing with doing YouTube, I found. Like, when you have like a lot of people watching your stuff, you're like, is this person, this opponent, have they been watching me? Do they know that I like to bait in this situation?
Yeah, there are like some, it is why like, I will like, if it's a climbing team, I'll often like explain the thought process and how I play out different stuff, but sometimes I am like, yo, no, oh, and Rise just with the Shadow Swampert save switch because it's so free into Kevin's team up energy. What you had mentioned in our pregame talks here, just showing up in game 3 here. Just save switch to Swampert, get it energy, and just get the hell out of its way.
I don't really understand the Sableye counter swap, I must admit.
Medi is probably more consistent because you just have the better fast move pressure.
Yes, Medicham does quite well against the Shadow Swampert. Of course, you can't really take the Earthquake, but
yeah,
it's definitely better than Swampert or than Sableye's.
You know what I want to see here? If Kevin shields this, I want to see Rise. I was going to say, I want to see Rise let it go and then wing attack down with Charizard, but Kevin's not going to let that happen.
Wow, Kevin being ABA weak to Charizard as well.
Yep.
That's really surprising. But Charizard does not like being down on shields or down on energy. This is
he lives that counter though. He lives that counter, so he'll get both Hydros, which is nice here because this forces a shield, unless he catches on the Reggie. But I don't think he wants to do that. Yeah.
But now the Medicham is gonna come up with so much energy.
Yeah.
Do you bring in this? I think
you are bringing the Reggie. Yep. You are bringing the Reggie to soak the energy, and then as long as you switch within 2 turns and you have a 1-turn fast move, so there's no excuse not to. Zard can outpace the Reggie and just win. Yeah.
But the Reggie already has some energy. The Reggie already has energy.
The fast swap. Oh, it does. That's a fair point.
Because Rice swapped out earlier, whereas Kevin stayed in a little bit before counter-swapping Sableye. So now he's going to outpace to this.
Yeah, he will outpace to the first, but I think Rise can go straight Blast Burn here.
Yes, he can. Did he avoid the debuff as well?
He did, yes. I believe. Captain calls it! It's the Blast Burn! Get absolutely fucking cooked! Oh my god. Going for the Psychic here. Psychic gets the Charizard low. Charizard hangs on. Grabs for the Dragon Claw here. Kevin, at this point, he calls it. He had the Blast Burn, he calls it, but I mean, Reggie's going to lock on down.
Yeah, if he had shielded, the Reggie would just get to a move.
That was
just getting luck.
I know we're trying to get through these, but I'm going to rewind slightly just so chat can see how fast of a swap Rise had there. That was incredibly well done here. Watch how fast Rise of Swap is here, chat. The switch, one turn, he reacted lightning fast. That was awesome. All right, next game. Scrub Lord Dustin back from retirement.
Yes.
Dude,
Yes.
dude, Scrub Lord. I miss him and J Farm's content so much.
Me too. That was like the best content back in the day.
I watched them every morning, dude.
Watch them every afternoon, you know, time zone differences.
Bro, versus Sonoro Man, who I believe is a very big Spanish-speaking YouTuber, if I'm not mistaken. So we have Scrub Lord Dustin rocking the Medi, the Whimsicott, Umbreon, Azu, Reggie, and the Sableye, and Sonoro Man with the Shadow Quagsire. Hold on, sorry, I have to pause. Drip Lemon says bringing the Canadian smoke. That is way too funny. Shadow Quagsire, Medi, the Noctowl, the Sableye, the Walrein, and the Registeel.
Unfortunately, I would love to see some Whimsicott action. It's gonna be tough to... It does have some good matchups against Quagsire and Medicham Sableye, but Registeel and, what was it, Noctowl as well. I think we might see it, but it's very pulverized, its matchups.
Very true. And it's cool to not only see him at a regional, but like round 3, so doing pretty well.
Yes. It would be like, imagine Scrub Lord Dustin, like the good
worlds.
old Scrub Lord Dustin doing well. I would love to see it.
Medicham into Quag. Oh boy, Whimsicott has nowhere to run in the back. This is bad.
I think that is what we call a yikes backline for Whimsicott.
It is. Hey, he said it. He said it, chat. He said it. Let's go. He lets that go psychic. Yo, catch on the Whimsicott? No catch. Okay.
This is just like, you needed to lure out the Registeel.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to save the Medicham to lure out the Registeel. That's kind of the strat here, I think.
With he brings in the owl, but he's gonna stay here. The nice thing is,
yeah, he has to.
He does make a second Ice Punch, unless Sonoro Man throws. But yeah,
wait,
Reggie,
Whimsicott walls Registeel.
Oh, but he pivots Azu, and it's the Reggie. No, and he doesn't have he doesn't have Hydro. I think this is curtains.
Whimsicott has a trash matchup against Registeel.
Oh,
never mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't have Hydro Pump. That is really bad.
I do remember that, Owen. Yeah. Dustin running G-Fisk in the Master League and yeah, actually cooking with it. Truly beautiful. I hope at some point he like enjoys battling enough to come back to content creation because man, his content was so good. Yo,
but hasn't he made he has made some content by himself as well, right?
Yes.
Like not too long ago.
Sonoro Man going for the Zap Cannon, undercharge, still gonna KO. But yeah, there's just
writing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the writing's very much on the wall for this one. Yo, catch a Sky Attack on Whimsicott, quick.
No, it's just reading a comment. Someone is apparently writing something down on their HTB bingo card, and I was just curious as to what else is on that bingo card.
Oh, that's funny. It is Dustin Pirate King, yes. I don't want to see Whimsicott die. You can see him smiling. He's like, oh no. He's having a good time with it. Dustin is like, if he ever got back in content creation, I've been really privileged to work with a lot of content creators. Dustin is the one where like, if I collabed with him, I might have like a bit of like a freak out fan moment. Man, I watched their shit religiously up until they stopped. Every morning. Unfortunate there, but surely Dustin will cook up some goodness in game 2. I have faith. That's the thing, like, Whimsicott, if it catches the Quag, is so good. But outside of that, Quag is very safe into Dustin's team, so it almost entices bringing the Whimsicott. Alright, Azu into Medi here. Okay. Running a very balanced team like Azu, Sable, Medi. And honestly, ooh. Not the best timing from Sonora Man there.
This is actually not like as good of a matchup as Azumarill wants it to be. Wow.
Ooh,
Catching
the catch. And that's where throwing on alignment can hurt, chat. That's where throwing on alignment can hurt.
Hoping to lure out the Medicham, I think, but throwing out the Sableye. Now we have Medicham on the register later.
Yep, which is good.
I think actually very, very nice recognition by Scrublord Dustin to see that when Sonoroman is leading Medicham, he is probably not weak to Sableye in the back.
Exactly. And then,
so he should
then just getting it the best matchup it can.
Yeah.
Can he Shadow Claw down here, though? It'd be huge if he could. I'm not sure if he can. I haven't played a lot with Shadow Quag. He can't. He'll have to throw. Okay.
Fortunate.
Sonoroman double shielding here. But this is awkward because I hope... Oh, boy.
But if he actually gets switch advantage, that would be huge. But Scrublord Dustin should also realize that Sonoroman is really trying to get switched, so it has to be that Registeel in the back for the Azumarill.
And then he gets so much value out of this Sableye into the Reggie, because Reggie's going to have an unfun time farming down. These battles were from earlier today, Elio. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Registeel can win the Zero Shields versus Medicham if it gets a little bit of energy head start. But
that is incredibly big
tough.
Brain here by Sonoroman, taking the energy on the Medi, and then just relying on Reggie to sweep. Oh, tries for the snipe, but doesn't get it. That is big damage here, because this means that Reggie can no longer win the zeros. He has a ton of energy on the... And then Dustin lets it go so he's not locked. I honestly don't mind that play.
No, that's pretty nice. But now the Registeel, because it took that foul play, it's just, it has a lot less play against Medicham.
That's
awesome.
He
still has energy on Medicham, but...
He does. Azu
is just too low.
Yeah, Azu's pretty healthy here. I like, since he's debuffed, I don't mind the Psychic just to guarantee the knockout and not risk it. And the bubble snipe with the Azu! Dustin's cooking! It just brings a big smile to my face to see to see Dustin just clapping cheeks like this. This is beautiful. Addy gets the Ice Beam! Dustin! So sometimes I will be an impartial commentator. This is not one of those battles.
You know what? It's completely fair to have your favorites.
All right, we see Azu into Quag. Oh boy, he has to bait out the owl though. He has to bait out the owl. He's going for the Stone Edge here. Honestly,
I think they're equal DPE.
Okay.
Mud Bomb and Stone Edge.
That is good.
The Stone Edge is 0.01 higher DPE.
Okay.
So, and Azumarill is never shielding the first move, so it makes sense.
He has to save the Azu. Oh no, the owl in the back.
Yeah, this is not ideal.
Oh no.
Wow, Quag actually wins the Zero Shields here?
Yeah. Shadow Quag is crazy.
Yeah. But Sableye up energy. If he gets this farm down, he might have played this Mud Bomb it's just gonna put him into a range where the Noctowl can deal with it a lot easier with one move. Oh no!
Shield. Yeah, Dustin reached legend in previous seasons. He's been retired from content creation for a while, but yeah.
Wow!
Oh, wow! Wow.
That is a nice play.
That is a
very nice
crazy
recognition.
call. I'm still holding out hope though. I'm like, please, Dustin. If he can somehow get Reggie shields, like in the zeros, Medi wins that versus the Owl, but he's just saving shields for the Owl. He knows what he's doing. He is calling that it's just the same team as last game. Okay, he's close to a foul play. Here we see the pivot, and you can see, yeah. No, dude. I'm really gonna have to build my Shadow Quag. That is on my list of. That is on my list of like after I get all the Go Battle Day dust.
Yeah, you're always building some weird stuff, so you probably never have any Stardust.
I had quite a bit after that boosted dust event, but I'm down to like 600k between I maxed the Nihilego, I maxed the Tyranitar to 50 in preparation for the Mega. And then
you know what? I have like I have the best strategy for not spending dust. Just don't have Excel candy to build things for Master League. That way you don't spend dust. I have I have dust to build pretty much everything.
Yeah.
I just don't have the Excel candy for anything.
That's fair.
So I can't build anything. And I've already built pretty much everything for Great League.
I was really lucky in that the Flabebe Spotlight Hour, I was able to play it with a Mega on. So I was able to get the Florges done, and that thing is just disgusting. Unfortunate for Scrublord Dustin, but his day will continue tomorrow in the losers bracket.
Damn.
Let's see. Next round. Iomero versus Dunebug. They were both at Worlds last season. I don't think
is that the Trevenant?
And Dune is a Trevenant. I don't think Iomero has qualified for Worlds yet this season, has he?
I don't think so. It was last season he got to the final against King at a regional, right?
Okay. Yes.
I don't think he's qualified this season.
So Iomero is very weak to that Trev. He has Medi, Shadow Quag. It is cool to see Shadow Quag getting the respect it deserves. Walrein, Reggie, Owl, Sableye, Dunebug, ditching the Obstagoon. He's running the Lantern, the Medicham, the Trevenant, the Noctowl, the Licky, and the Reggie.
This looks very much like a team from last season, but that might just be because there's a Trevenant.
Yeah. Very true.
I mean, I think Trevenant has a lot of play because no one's expecting it. It does not have any play in this match.
It has zero play. All right, GG's on to the next.
But that is also, you know, the worst thing with Trevenant. If it sees a Noctowl, it's just toast.
Yeah. And it's Sable and Owl in the back. So this is GG's on to the next. Thank you so much for the battle trainer. Especially with Reggie getting that low. He's going to pivot into the Owl here. Trying to outpace the Reggie. He's not going to, though. Reggie outpaces by a turn.
And now he's just probably going to bring in his own Noctowl.
Yep.
Then he has Sableye in the back. And
no
Sableye
debuff,
should just...
But yeah.
Sableye should be able to deal with everything in the back.
Yep. Very comfortable.
What was the idea with bringing in Noctowl here? Was he trying to lure out a Walrein or something?
Possibly lure out Walrein, I guess.
But I'm just thinking, like, usually when you run these teams with where you're trying to lure out something for Trevenant, you're usually using either a Sableye or the Medicham to lure out the Sableye/Noctowl. Or mostly Noctowl, really.
Yeah, this is just... Ooh, okay, Dune...
Wow, he is very confident that he has the higher attack stat here.
Yep.
That's a good thing to note.
Furiously taking notes in the background. But yeah. Alright, Iomero wins switch. And you can see he's immediately looking to set it. Sable, and there it is! Into the Trevenant, and this is where that worst pacing for Trevenant is incredibly uncomfortable. He throws first, very nice, so that way he only gives Dune the half turn there, so Dune doesn't get his full sneak.
We go straight for it.
Full sending. The shield from Iomero, because he knows with this pacing now, if he seed bomb baits, he's only getting to a seed bomb. He's not getting to a ball.
Wait, what?
He is letting himself get KO'd here for farm on his Reggie. That's nasty. But Dune's clock is up, so he can switch. Oh, he brings in the Owl here. Owl will outpace, though.
I like this.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Well played.
Interesting. Interesting. He just didn't want to give any kind of farm to that Reggie because he knew he could outpace with the Owl. That is a very good awareness of where energy is at from Iomero. That was very nice.
Very, very nice play from Iomero. For sure.
Both of us at first were like, what? And then we're like, oh, okay. It's all made clear.
I mean, I respect that. If people can make a play that makes me go, what the hell? Then
yeah.
They made a good play.
I mean, yeah. Either way, he was still in a pretty comfy spot. It's the Trevin. And Shadow Quag into the Reggie. We see the pivot into the Owl, and it's met with the Reggie, and Dude is getting RPS'd. Look what's in back. It's the tree versus the Owl. Dude needs to double shield and stall clocks here, and it's still not going to save him.
But he's running a very attack-weighted Noctowl, which might very well come back to haunt him, as we saw by him going for the CMP earlier in the Noctowl mirror.
Yes.
Because now the Zap Cannon might put him in a range where he can get the lock-on down.
Yep.
Which is the negative.
And we will see an early shield from Dune, so he might recognize, as you mentioned, that he can't take those hits. But getting that attack debuff is so rough, because now the Shadow Ball, like, Reggie can comfortably tank this.
Yes, but the Reggie will have to start eventually if start shielding eventually.
But if Dune wants, yeah, Dune is gonna double shield and save the Owl. He is playing so hard for Switch here.
Yes, but he's only gonna be able to grab one shield from the Reggie still.
Yeah.
I think he could have gone for Sky Attack, or maybe with the debuff, maybe not.
Yeah, with the debuff, I think it's safer to not.
I think he might be trying to go for the catch.
Oh,
nice catch, but now he's just getting farmed down.
Yeah. I undercharge Iomero, please!
I mean, I don't think you can get RPS'd much harder than Toonbug here.
Yeah, that's so rough. Oh boy. Brutal, but hey, I mean, running a bit of an RPS line, and that's part of why, like, Trev not being a thing makes the matchups, like, I think this is one of the first matchups we've seen today that felt like it was over from the start because Dune brought the Trev as an RPS mon.
Yes, I definitely think there was also a big concern from the very hardcore community or the very competitive community was that Trevenant was making a lot of matchups very RPS with the like Lantern Noctowls as well. So like Niantic debuffing the C-Bomb was very much not because Trevenant was too good, but because it made games boring to watch or RPS. Yeah. So I think that was very, very nice that they changed it, or that they debuffed nerfed the C-Bomb.
Yep, and then just finish the game with the Quag. I want to see how much of Shadow Stone Edge this year, just for science. This is an Owl at like 70% HP. Does this actually KO? Because I haven't.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yes. It does a lot of damage.
I'm excited. Let's see it. Also, Quag is probably in my top 10 favorite Pokemon, just in general. And it KOs! Alright, let's go Quag. But my hope is that Mud Bomb Shadow Quag will hopefully make Fossil Cup less RPS, because my recollection is last time it ended up being a bit of an RPS meta.
I don't remember playing Fossil Cup at all. Maybe I did. Was that the meta with the?
It was a lot of Pelipper and Escav, and some Quag, a lot of Ferrothorn, Mawile.
Oh, I think was that the? Oh, that was last season then. I think I hit Legend like really early, and maybe with the double with Lucario as well. Could that be? Right?
I think it was a Lucario meta, yeah. It's my recollection, yeah, like Lucario and Berserker.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm thinking of.
Ooh, we got House Stark here. Let's see what Stark's running. House Stark versus Jarseer. So Jarseer running Medi, Reggie, again Altaria, Shadow A9, the Galarian Stunfisk, and the Sableye, and House Stark with the Frostlass, Lickitung, Medi, Noctowl, Shadow Swamp, and Reggie.
Frostlass, also one of my favorite Pokemon in Great League. Very fun to use. Not sure how good it's gonna be here against Double Steel.
Yeah.
And Sableye.
Definitely some strong dissuaders of Frostlass use on Jar's side. Taking a peek here. Like, the two steals do a decently enough of checking the Licky, but I still think, like, Licky's neutral enough into the other stuff that we could see it.
Yes, it's decent because there's no Noctowl. I think double steal from Jarosier looks quite good with Lickitung, Noctowl, and Frostlass. Of course, there's Medicham and Swampert.
A Nightmare. I believe this is the final North American regional of the season, and then there's a month off, and then it's Worlds in early August, in which I will be completely destroying my sleep schedule to watch live. It's gonna be a good time.
Oh, I will be completely destroying my sleep schedule just to prepare to get there.
That's awesome. All right, and it looks like we're starting mid-game again. All right, Reggie into Shadow Swampert. Great lead for House Dark. We see the Sableye save switch here. And again, I love the play by House Dark here, going for the Hydro, putting a lot of pressure onto the Sableye here. And then you can bring in the Owl. We will see the Shield, and now you just immediate Owl.
I mean, it's fun that we were talking about how there aren't a lot of RPS games, and
Here we are.
I'm seeing that Frostlass on Altaria in the back, and I'm not gonna lie, this is not looking good.
There are why are there regional winners in this one? There is a lot of prize money if you can place highly in it. Is why there are a lot of regionals in there. Is, let's say they didn't win their individual regionals, prize money from this could potentially help finance a trip to Japan, whereas someone who like won their regional, like Human Ketcherbug, for example, gets the travel award paid for by Pokemon, which is nice.
And also there's a lot of prestige in winning an international tournament.
True.
Plus, practice and fun to play, trying out new teams.
I have not competed in any regionals, no. Like, I would prefer to participate in this space as a caster more than anything. Yeah, that undercharge was also, fair point. It was a very nice undercharge. But yeah, ideally, I would love to be able to, because there are a lot of people who can battle well. But I would really like to be able to add to this and continue to grow this environment as a caster. I promise, play Pokemon. I won't swear. I'll try my best not to. But yeah, I mean
there are a lot of great battlers out there, but there aren't a lot of people who can cast the way that you can. Like, that would probably be where you can take it to another level, I think.
I appreciate that. That's a very kind of you. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but when I watched back the Liverpool regional, like I watched the official cast and then I watched your cast like 10 times afterwards because it was just so much better.
Oh, that's
Like
very
your
kind of you,
reaction,
man.
your reaction to my CMP sack was just like, I think I still have the video on my phone.
That's
just
awesome.
saving it for a rainy day. It's so good.
Oh, man. Taking the Sky Attack was a risky play, but it worked out for Stark there as he barely survives with the Avalanche. That is, again, matchup prep there from Stark.
He is just practicing. He is just seeing what his Pokemon can take. He doesn't care about winning.
Yeah. Yo, Mimsy with the 5-bomb. I appreciate you, dude. But yeah, Stark takes a pretty comfortable game 1 there. But that felt a little bit like when I was testing out the Magma Storm Heatran and for yesterday's video, and I was actually, maybe it was today's video. I can't remember. The days have been blurring together a little bit, but was it today's video? I think it was today's video. It is today's video. Yes. So I was going up against a Dialga and I was at like 60% HP and I was like, well, I'm going to no shield this Draco Meteor for science to see if I live it. Like that a little bit felt like what House Stark did as well.
I mean, it would make sense too, but I think you're probably not gonna test these for science at this tournament.
Fair. That's fair.
Oh, my all-time record. Someone's asking for my all-time win-loss record. Can you see that in GBL? I'm assuming it's for GBL.
Yes.
I'm just gonna open my game real quick to check. Then we'll see. I mean, most people are like very close to 50-50 because once you get to an elo that matches your skill level, you're pretty much 50-50.
Yep, you 50-50 and then wait 20 minutes per battle. It's a good time.
I have 13,396 games and 7,708 wins in GBL. But once again, I didn't really play much in the first couple of seasons.
Yeah. All right. Can you list the win total again for me?
7,708.
Okay, and then the total?
13,396.
All right, lifetime. He's at 57% win rate, chat. Whereas
that's actually crazy.
Yeah, that is really damn good. I have a horrifyingly large amount of battles played. Ooh, Frostlass into the Stunfisk here. In terms of total battles played, I'm at 31,992.
What?
Towards the end of seasons, I have a tendency of just, even if I don't complete all my sets every day, I'll just top left battles. So I don't think I've missed a day of battles in a long time.
Wow. I think the reason why mine is so low, other than the fact that I've have had a lot of seasons where I didn't really play, is because when you're very, very high on the leaderboard, like even playing one set in a day takes like 2 hours. And with studying and all that, like I've had long periods of time where I've barely played.
Yep. And then I would be curious to hear from this season as well. I would imagine you're probably sitting around
Wow. Wow.
I was like, bro, I'm just happy to be here, man. I lost to like, apparently like the #1 Pokemon in the meta was Dragonclaw Mew, and I had 0 things that beat it, so I just got stomped every single game, but I had fun.
That must have been season 3 then, because I don't think.
That sounds
Yeah.
right.
But when did you like? When did you get like proper into battling? Then you played Pokemon Go since the beginning, or
Yeah,
like,
I
how?
was incredibly bad at battling for seasons 1 and 2. I started watching Galax Bolton.
Oh wait, has he made content?
He doesn't make as much anymore, but back in the day, he would like post every couple weeks or so, and he is who I learned a lot of my early stuff from. Like, don't just run 3 Pokemon together, like build a strategy. Like, he was one of the early proponents of ABB, as we see a great lead for House Dark, and like teaching people how to run it. Like, his OG ABB, I think, was like Meganium, Registeel, Bastiodon. And then like teaching people, like, that's who I learned a lot of like getting better at the game from, was watching his content of all things.
I had no idea he had made content. I met him in Malmö because he's Swedish.
Oh,
So,
that's awesome.
fun. But then, yeah, then you just kind of improved and somehow ended up being a leaderboarder. Very
Yeah,
cool.
I got to the point where I could hit legend, but I got to the point where with leaderboards, I specifically asked one of my factions teammates, Matt Attack, who is absurdly good at what he does. I was like, hey, 100% honesty hour. I want to get better at this game. What is the weakest part of my game? And then he was like, your timing's not where it needs to be. So I like studied it, and that's something that I was able to get better on. And then by getting better at that, that was the difference between being someone who could hit legend and not get much past that. Also, switches everything here. Stark wins.
Yeah.
I love alignment. Alignment is great.
Oh. Yeah, nice recognition by House Dark to think he can just stay in with Registeel against the opposing
Yep.
Registeel because he's 1 turn ahead, so he's always just going to be able to outpace. And then he can just have the Frostlass onto Altaria, Swampert onto whatever he has in the back. And as long as the Swampert is not up against Altaria, it should have a pretty good time.
Yep. Exactly.
Perfect for him as well to just get that simul KO.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, at this point, yeah, this is done. House Dark has it. And yeah, I respect Jarosera just being like, you know what? It's over.
How is your factions team actually doing in King of the Hill, if you're still part of
yes.
it? Is it still going on?
It is still going on. We made it to round 3, and then unfortunately lost some very close games, and then ended up being eliminated there.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, bit of unfortunate there. I only basically played once per cycle because I've been focusing on content primarily, but just the absolute greatest group of guys. Like, absolutely.
I mean, that's like I've been really like considering joining like there's a Danish faction, not like very competitive, but just with my friends, just because
cool.
that sounds like one of the like most fun parts of playing this game. Just sitting around talking strategy and like helping each other prepare and yeah, telling people when to throw their moves because they're bad at throwing at the right time and
yes, I am. All right, one in the move. Oh, yeah. I think that's all the battles from today because they changed it. So hold on. I'm just gonna hit live. Okay, yes. We have officially reached the end of day 1, chat. I appreciate the heck out of y'all. I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much to Human Catcherbug for joining us today. As I mentioned, if you haven't checked him out yet, make sure to go check him out on YouTube. There is a link in the title. If you're looking for like consistently good meta climbing teams, he posts that. So keep an eye out for that. And if you're looking for consistently not good teams? Well, I have a video of Shadow Throw ruining my fucking life that I'm probably posting tomorrow.
Shadow Throw?
It just got released, so I was like, screw it. I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna. Thank you, Pirate King. Appreciate you, dude. And I'm gonna run it in Monotype Cup, and everything was sadness. Everything was sadness.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a very, very bad Pokemon. Not gonna lie.
It is an incredibly bad Pokemon.
You know what? I talk for a lot of people here. I know we appreciate that you are running these ridiculous Pokemon, so we don't have to invest in them and see how bad they are. Thank you, Henry.
Much
It
appreciated.
is amazing.
I will say, the one thing that y'all have to look forward to is, believe it or not, I threw enough Zen headbutts in one match to get to a Focus Blast, and it landed. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I'm definitely gonna have to watch this video. That's for sure.
Yeah, that'll probably be dropping at some point tomorrow. So, but yeah, I appreciate the heck out of y'all. Thank you for hanging out. As I mentioned, there's a link in the title and in chat. Definitely go check out Human Catcher Bug. I tried them both, 17. Don't worry. I tried them both. I tried Zen Headbutt and Low Kick, so you can see both of them. Hooray. All right, I appreciate the heck out of y'all for joining. As I mentioned, I'll be back tomorrow, probably streaming day 2 plus way too many battles of Go Battle Day. I appreciate the heck out of y'all. I'll see y'all later. Go check out Human Catcher Bug. All right, peace.